from the National Bureau of Agriculture, Commodity and Food Standards, so ACFS, Ms. Pathama Utsaha on stage, please. And next, from Vietnam, Ms. Vu Thi Huynh Vinh from the Office of Food Safety Division, National Authority for Agroforestry Fishery Quality, Processing Market Development. And from Indonesia, may I please invite Ms. Orissa Satalika Pradianti, the Assistant Deputy Director from the Marine and Fisheries Quality Assurance Agency. Thank you for the applause. And joining us online, he is the Senior Food Safety Specialist of the Food Safety Department from Dubai Municipality, Mr. Bobby Krishma. And now we have all our panelists. I'll pass the floor to you, Mr. Black.
Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. Thank you to the hardy souls that have joined us early today. We appreciate you coming back and engaging with us on day two. Can I start first by offering my condolences to the Thai royal family and to the Thai people for the untimely passing of the princess overnight. The Australian government passes on our sincere condolences. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to moderate this session with a panel of distinguished speakers from around our region and to gather their breadth of experiences and insights from across a range of countries and organisations. As we've heard, our focus for today's session is exploring approaches and experiences in modernisation and digitalisation in food safety systems and how these digital tools will be used to support food safety outcomes. We've talked a little bit about CCFIX over the day yesterday, and we will do a little bit more today. But I know that the work we've been doing in Australia and in that committee, that there is a desire both in government and industry to better use digital solutions to make our work more efficient and effective. I absolutely caught the pitch in the late session yesterday afternoon around those messages. And if other regulators in the room didn't, please go and see Colin. I'm sure he will let you know. It's important that we work together. The future of supplying food around the world is going to be that partnership between regulators and industry. We both have very distinct and important roles to play, but it's only as a partnership that we can move the food around the world to the places it is needed. We have an enormous food task ahead of us, and it's important that we look to do that in a way that is economically sustainable, but also, of course, provides great food safety outcomes for consumers around the world. So this session will highlight regional efforts, including within ASEAN, work on harmonising remote audit frameworks and the potential for electronic certification single window systems, and experiences in digitalisation in areas such as food traceability and system interoperability. It's a bit of a hybrid session. We're going to have a couple of addresses, one in person and one via video. So without further ado, and then we'll have a series of questions and hopefully some engagement from the floor. So I challenge you to listen carefully to the keynotes and then to write down any questions, because I really would like to see it as a conversation. It shouldn't just be me coming up with questions. I'd like to see what the room thinks. And we'll see if we can have a bit of a conversation, a bit more of an engaging conversation than perhaps we did yesterday. Okay, without further ado, let's get over to our first keynote, and that is our host from UNIDO, Gabor Molnar. Over to you, please.
Just before we start, my apologies. May I invite the last panelist to join on a stage as well from India? Can I ask for a round of applause for Ms. Lily Prasad, the Chief Technology Officer from Food Safety and Standards Authority. My apologies for that. Thank you.
Welcome, Lily, and over to you, Gabor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I also would like to offer our condolences to the people of Thailand for this loss. And with this, I also would like to turn to my technical presentation, which is around assessing risks related to emerging technologies. I think it's very important to touch upon this topic, especially when we are talking about interoperability-related questions. Over the past day or 2 days, we have been discussing a lot around innovation, digitalization, and the role of technology in food safety. This topic is not only in the past 24 hours, but I think especially with the COVID outbreak, the use of technology really accelerated. And it's important to mention that this is not only happening or happened among developed nations, but also developing countries. Nevertheless, very often developing countries are actually facing with challenges, constraints, when it comes to the adoption of digital technologies and actually keep up the space with innovation. That's the reason why, which actually motivated me a year ago to write an article which was published recently in Science of Food, which was very much focusing on the future of digital innovation in developing countries and how it can transform food safety systems. And of course, this road is not easy. It requires a number of elements to be addressed, from infrastructure and connectivity, because still more than 700 million people don't have access to electricity, which is a quite important burden when it comes to the adoption of digital technologies. On the other hand, we also have to recognize that a large number of stakeholders and players are operating in informal markets, and that creates also further fragmentations. At the same time, particularly those stakeholders who are living in rural areas, they're also facing with the issue of costs and adoption costs for a technology. This also leads to issues related to data and the question that how reliable our data and how structured the data we are actually collecting. Also, this also leads to issues related to interoperability. We also see that when it comes to the use of technology, there are very often, particularly in case of those technology providers who are producing different equipment, these are coming also with digital solutions. These digital solutions don't have necessarily the required features in order to share data within a system, and I think this will be also quite important when we are going to talk about interoperability. And then the end of the day and the end of this road, of course, we have to talk about credibility, data structures, as well as data literacy, along with data culture. Each of these areas have its own challenges and also structural constraints. And these structural constraints are actually slowing down the transformation period and will take more time for developing countries to actually use digital solutions. On the other hand, the good news is that there are also technological capabilities which can help to overcome those constraints. For instance, when we are talking about the issue of access to internet and connectivity, we can actually develop already offline capabilities of applications, which means that data is getting captured on a device, and once a person has access to internet, that's getting uploaded to the cloud. We can come up at the same time with standards and as well as with educational programs, which can help to overcome data literacy related challenges or challenges around data structures. It's also very important to mention that there are 3 pillars which are certain requirements for the implementation of digital innovation. data readiness, which is actually a prerequisite to this process, is also implying the need for more standards in order to and policies in order to make sure that that data is reliable, which we are collecting. Nevertheless, I'm talking about pillars here, and they are somehow interconnected because we also have to talk about data literacy to make sure that the data which is collected is correct and reliable. At the same time, the decision makers or the users can also use that data and make a more informed decision when it comes to their practices. And at the end, of course, we will also require tailored technological solutions. It has to be tailored because each country, each competent authority is at a different level of development. And in order to reach a robust system, we need a certain level of customization. The adoption of technologies are not coming without risks. And it's important to acknowledge those risks from the beginning in order to make sure that when we are adopting the technologies, we are taking those into consideration. These risks, particularly related to digitalization and emerging risks, are coming with the adoption of artificial intelligence or AI, could be different from over-reliance to basically type of use of technologies. For instance, in this case, I'm mentioning some challenges which can come related to remote audit procedures, which can be actually challenged through standards and guidelines. And that's why the Codex guidelines on remote audit and inspection was so important when it comes to those practices. Overall, it's also important to mention that there are already some international standards which are emerging, for instance, related to risk assessment and also guidance to businesses when it comes to the application of most advanced technologies, for instance, AI management systems, very similarly as we have ISO 22000 for food safety management systems. There are already also AI management systems. Of course, it's good to consider that some food businesses might already start to deploy AI solutions in their operations, so they also have to consider how to assess those risks related to the use of AI. Overall, I think when it comes to this entire ecosystem, and we have to talk about data ecosystems, it's good to consider interoperability. We see a number of solutions coming up, but it also can lead to duplication of efforts. On the other hand, it can be also used for cross-validation and verification of data when it comes to multiple stakeholders. With this, I would like to thank for your attention and happy to continue with the discussion after Bobby's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabor. You can hear me okay? Just checking. We've had advice for all our panelists. We have to be nice and close to the microphone today so that everyone can hear us. Thank you, Gabor. Very interesting. Number of challenges, certainly a number of risks, but I'm sure we'll get to discuss those a little further on. So we're also joined today by Mr. Bobby Krishna, who is the Senior Food Safety Specialist, Food Safety Department in the Dubai municipality. Bobby was unable to join us in person, but he has done some pre-records for us. And our next segment will be his first pre-record. So if we can roll that one, please.
Good morning to you all from Dubai. I'm really excited to be a part of this conversation on the digital future of food safety, especially because I got a room full of regulators with whom I can share my experiences. To start off, I want to emphasize that digital transformation is an incremental journey and definitely not an overnight revolution. In Dubai, this journey began more than 2 decades ago with a fundamental first step That's digitization of documents and records. In those early days, our primary goal was to transition away from physical paper. And basically, we want to go paperless, and we developed systems to digitize inspection records and regulatory permits. This was not process automation, but a phase of converting information to digital assets that can be exchanged easily via emails and fax machines. And we also had information and data to prepare quick reports whenever we wanted to. That initial foundation we built allowed us to ride a massive digitalization wave in the next 10 years. We shifted from simply storing digital documents to actively utilizing digitized data to automate core regulatory processes. And that wave kind of completely transformed how we manage food safety in Dubai. It also facilitated seamless information exchange between different emirates within the UAE. So vital regulatory data ranging from field inspection outcomes, food product registration information, and electronic import documentation began to flow dynamically across internal borders. So the architecture we built domestically was then extended to the region and also globally. This infrastructure laid the groundwork for secure government-to-government electronic data exchange with international trading partners, a prime example being our collaborative integration with New Zealand. Advanced digital ecosystems also presents immense practical challenges. So digital ecosystems and multiple system demands a flawless, resilient infrastructure that operates 24 hours a day, and it has to be backed by continuous technical support as well. And users expect such systems to function like Netflix and Instagram, which is often not the case. We've gone through situations where we had system slowness, a complete disruption of services for days, and also blackouts. During that time, we had to process documents and transactions manually. It is important to keep the users in loop always. They have to be trained, and they have to understand the language and the journey of the software, which frequently differs from the traditional terms and terminologies used in physical transactions that happen in offices and service points. This is where the critical discussion on interoperability comes into play. For information exchange to be truly seamless between different users, the data must be structured and labeled identically. If one system reads a data field differently than the other, the link breaks. So you want to unify the communication channels. We need to agree on and use a shared schema between systems and also between agencies involved in the transactions. So, in essence, regulators cannot simply hand this task over to building a system to an IT team and then walk away expecting everything to be in place. Instead of that, regulators must invest their time and effort to learn how software systems and data structures actually work. We have to break down our system, establish a common, mutually understandable language first, and then also use data standards, and only then align the technology tools that are necessary to operate the system. This obligation has become significantly more important in the AI era with the rapid accumulation of highly technical jargon. It's very easy to get carried away, and instead of bringing us together, digitalization efforts, if not done carefully, can lead to poor communication, fragmented execution, and misalignment between agencies. So I want to conclude by saying that by mastering data and committing to true interoperability and understanding the systems we govern, we can ensure that our food supply chains remain resilient, transparent, and safe, no matter what challenges the future brings.
Thank you, Bobby. Terrific to hear that perspective from the municipality of Dubai. And that response from Bobby was in response to the first question that I'm going to pose to our panel. And I'm posing the same question to each panelist to see if we can get the different perspectives from across the ASEAN region. So the question and the thing that I'm interested in hearing from each of our panelists in the first instance is their experiences as a regulator in adopting digitalisation within your systems for data collection and use in national food control systems. and what opportunities that this has provided and what challenges or complexities have had to be addressed. So there's quite a bit in that, and so if people would like me to repeat it at any point, please let me know. But perhaps we should start, and in doing that, can I throw to our Vietnamese colleague, Ms. Vu, for your views to start with. Thank you.
Yes, it's an honor for me to present Vietnam to participate in the important discussion today. And for the question from the moderators, thank you for the question. And maybe you know that Vietnam already implement national single window from 2017, and we already has been and we also has undergone the significant digital transformation in recent years. And in 2020, we also connected to ASEAN single windows. And during our journey, we also have opportunity and challenges. First of all, about the opportunities, we have 4 opportunities. The firstly is about the improved efficiency. We can reduce duplication and delay in certification when we apply national single window. And secondly, I think that is enhanced transparency. We will make confidence among consumer and importers. And thirdly, is enhanced resilience. You know that during the pandemic, COVID-19, in Vietnam, we maintain the process of the certification by remote audits and via national single windows. And lastly is the supported trade flows. So we can assess the markets and maintain the markets for exported, especially seafood exported to other markets by national single windows. Besides the opportunity, we also faced the challenges. Firstly, about the interoperability, and we have different agencies with different IT system. So interoperability is a significant problem during we implementing national single windows. Secondly, is about the capacity buildings. The regulator, the enterprises, especially the small and medium enterprises, need to build capacity to improve and to access digital tools. And thirdly, I want to say about the infrastructure gap. We have IT infrastructure differently in the central level, in the provincial level. In some provinces, the digital infrastructure is limited. And so I think national windows will face some challenges when the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure is differ from the central to the province, and especially the infrastructure in enterprises. And lastly, I think the challenge is data security and harmonization. we must ensure to protect sensitive trace information and how to avoid cyber security during the exchange of data across border. And yes, that's the only thing I want to say from my perspective. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Vu. There was a lot in there. I was taking notes furiously, so I've seen a number of opportunities, improve efficiencies, enhance transparency, resilience, maintain markets, but also challenges, interoperability, capacity building requirements, IT infrastructure differences, and data security. So there's a lot there. Let's see if these are similar themes as we progress through the different nations within the region. So can I pass now to our Thai colleague, Ms. Padmaporn, over to you, please.
Okay, thank you for your question. From Thailand, from my experience, our key lesson is that digitalization is not only about technology, it's all about coordination. Thailand has a multiple agency food control system. Different authorities are responsible for different aspects of food safety and SPS measures. And over the years, many agencies have developed their own digital tools and platforms to support their work. That includes the electronic certification system, traceability system, remote audit initiative, and the food safety alert system. The benefit of the digitalization are very clear. It helps reduce the paperwork, improve the speed and accuracy of information exchange, strengthen traceability, and support more time decision-making. It also makes it easier for both regulators and business to access the use of information. However, I have learned that the challenges are not the lack of digital system. So we have digital system already. The real challenge is making different digital systems work together. To give a simple example, different authorities, Thailand may be responsible for the same products, depending on the regulatory context. If Thai mangoes are exported to another country, the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives of Thailand is responsible for issuing the food safety certificates and ensuring compliance with the importing country's requirements. On the other hand, if mangoes are importing into Thailand, the food safety controls are overseen by the Ministry of Public Health under Thailand's domestic food law. As a result, when these authorities move toward electronic certification, each of them need to develop digital systems that support their own legal mandates and operational requirements. So the challenge is not only about digitalized processes, it is also about ensuring the different systems can communicate with one another and exchange trust information efficiently. This is where our organization, the ACFS, play an important role as Thailand National SPS Focal Point and the Food Safety Coordinating Agency. Our role is often not to own our own system, but to help connect all systems together. Through our work in ASEAN and other international SPS forums, we have frequently discussed issues related to the electronic certification and data exchange with trading partners. We realized that successful implementation requires not only technical solution, but also coordinated partners and support the implementation of electronic certification system in a consistent and practical manner. We have also developed the Thai RAFT, is Thailand Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed, which brings together food safety alert information from different competent authorities into a single platform. In addition, ACFS has also developed the QR trace on cloud traceability system to support the traceability of certified agricultural food products. These experiences have taught us that governance and coordination are just as important as technology. Even when digital solutions are available, effective implementations still require common objectives, clear communication, and agreed approach for data sharing. And looking ahead, one of our key priorities is to further strengthening the interoperability, not only among agencies within Thailand, but also with our regional partner. This is why Thailand actively support the regional initiative such as ASEAN RAPS and exchange electronic certificates through the ASEAN Single Window. So, in summary, the digitalization creates many opportunities, but the real value comes when system, institution, and people can work together and exchange trust information seamlessly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those really helpful insights. I heard lots about coordination and the importance of coordination, and really interestingly, the coordination within countries, not just country to country. It shows that, and I think we heard from Glenn Edmonds yesterday, that importance of talking to each other and communication. Another example of how it's a challenge within our own countries to do that, and certainly I even see that in the Australian instance as well. Thank you very much for your intervention there. Let's get some Indonesian experience, and Ibu Arisha, over to you for your views, please.
Okay, thank you for your questions. For Indonesians, experience with digitalization has been driven by the need to manage food safety oversight across a vast archipelagic country with over 1,100 fisheries establishments spread in 38 provinces. For us, digitalization is not simply about replacing paper with electronic record. It's about improving how data is collected, shared, and used to support risk-based regulatory decisions. One example is the implementation of the inspections, which allow us to conduct a verification, surveillance, and certifications activity more efficient. We built a HACCP online system that a tool to record the process of HACCP certification, both conducting by remote audit or on-site audit. We also developed Siap Mutu as an integrated platform that support traceability from the certification conducted at the upstream level to the downstream level. Related opportunities have been significant. Digitalization has improved transparency, reduced administration burden, accelerate decision-making, enhanced traceability, and facilitated communication between the regulator and the industry. It has also enabled better use of data to support risk-based oversight. However, we also have some challenges. Digital readiness varies among stakeholders. Internet connectivity remains an issue in some regions. And integrating different systems and data format is often complex. In addition, digital transformations requires investment in human capacity, government frameworks, and cybersecurity. Our experience has shown that technology alone is not enough. Successful implementations depend on people, process, and trust. Maybe it's my opinion, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Arisa, and really, really useful insights. Did I get that right? 1,100 fish establishments. So we've got a very practical experience of an on-the-ground regulation and the challenge across a large archipelago of how you do that and how we use new tools to do that. So really, really good to hear. I heard lots of similar themes again: transparency, traceability, but I heard challenges around connectivity. I have to say that's a challenge for Australia too, a big continent. Sometimes we have our own challenges with connectivity, so it really is an interesting one. Human capacity were new challenges, and obviously cyber. So some really interesting insights there. Thank you for that one. And now let's move. We're going to shift regions slightly, so we're going to shift out of ASEAN, but get the Indian experience. And so, Ms. Lily, over to you. I'd love to hear from you.
Good morning, and thank you so much for this opportunity. So as far as the challenges and complexity that we had when we launched our licensing and registration application in 2020 with, it involved a lot of, since the data was very large, so we had harmonization and resilience issues. And the handling the complexity of the interoperability of the applications needed a lot of security, monitoring, and regular audits so that the performance of the system is as is defined, and we have very high efficient system. Then we implemented the traceability so that the quality of the data which is derived from the system as an end-to-end practices has a consistent flow across the application, and this was done for the licensing as well as the food import applications. Major challenges was in the integration of the system for the import, where we wanted to have an inclusive approach of all the applications so that the data is integrated with the IceGate systems and it flows seamlessly across the applications. Second challenge was mainly related to the regulatory and legal considerations, where the compliance had to be operationalized and the inspections had to be implemented in an automated manner so that there is the distribution is across the inspectors and one person doesn't get overloaded. So as far as the I think the challenges were too many, but we had a when we had a transparent and efficient system, it helped us a lot in efficient monitoring, saving of the time, and having the decision making easy. So the last thing that we implemented was the decision making analytical tool and the implementation of AI as an NLP. So any person could search the data without having difficulty of not knowing the technical challenges. So implementation was more or less became easy and monitoring was easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. Lots of similar themes once again, and again comes down to the challenges that we're putting upon our people and making sure that we are training our people to be able to use our new tools. I heard about compliance with regulatory and legal considerations, spread of work. That's a really interesting one. Not overloading people. And then I'm interested in your new decision-making tools as well. That is, that's obviously moving into an interesting space as well. So we've heard from our regulators on the panel, but perhaps we should hear from our colleague Gabor as well. Are there any insights in terms of that first question that you'd like to add this morning?
Thank you very much, Tom. A lot of great information, and I think it's very important to think about the role of standards and international guidelines. I think it highlights the point that when it comes to the development of these systems, we require international guidelines and standards, and I know Sisyphix is working a lot on those areas. On the other hand, when I look at regions, I think it's important to see that it also need to think about policy frameworks, right? In order to make sure that at national level, those guidances are there. At the same time, we can address issues related what came up during this statement on harmonization, how we can harmonize within a country, across regions, in order to speak the same language, ensure that the data is structured, reliable, trustworthy. At the same time, those policies have to touch upon areas like education, capacity building, institutional capacity building, how institutions can make sure that they have internal capacity building programs. At the same time, those policies, procedures, standards, technical regulations in place, so the data, what they are collecting, are reliable, which is also quite important, and how they can address the overall question of interoperability. Because we heard every institution, competent authority at a different stage of development in terms of policy, regulatory framework, as well as capacities of individuals like laboratory technicians or inspectors or risk assessors. And they also require certain level of education, guidance, engagement, coordination which comes with its own trade-off, because you are spending time on something which can actually, instead of working on your actual job, although it's part of your job. So these are areas where I see that we are going in a very interesting area, which will be able to address the complexity of interoperability. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabor. Really interesting insights again, and it is a fascinating challenge around how we, in a time of increasingly limited resources, how we have people able to work on the business, as in improving the business, and creating the space for them to do that, but also then having the space to work in the business and to deliver the regulatory services that we need to all at the same time. On your themes, it is a challenge for regulators to be able to allocate resources in the right place. But I can guarantee you, if we're not investing in our people, one, they'll move, and the industry will snap them up because they have great skills, or two, they'll look to do different things within our organisation. So very interesting insights from everyone. So thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying to think about how we go about this. I'm wondering whether there's any interest from the floor about what we've heard through that first round of questions. So I do see a hand. I'd love a question from the floor. If we can get a microphone over to our left, my left, please. That would be terrific. And then we'll see how it flows. But I do have some more questions for the panel if we don't get them from the floor. Please introduce yourself. Let us know who you are and where you're from.
Thank you. Let's try.
Not working? Perhaps we'll hold and we'll come back. Damn, I thought we were going to get it happening. Oh, well. Let's riff this. I'm going to walk over and we're going to see if we can make it work. I'm taking this place over. Let's see how we do this. Bit more engagement. I'll stand here with you. Go for it.
Thank you, Tom. Peter Carter from GS1, also from Australia. And it goes to that last point. I'm really interested to know that there's been enormous focus on physical traceability of goods and now paperless exchange of trade documents. What about the product conformity community, the testers, the auditors and the certifiers, and the quality management system operators, many of whom are recognised in mutual trade agreements, and some of them are quite small businesses on their own? Does this important community and related competent authorities need more technical support to enable business to government interoperability and digital transformation more generally.
Thank you very much. That's a terrific first question from the floor. Who would like to have a go? Gabor's got his hand up, so he's going to go first, and then we'll see. I might keep walking around. This is quite nice. Gabor, to you.
There's a short answer, yes, touché. But at the same time, of course, we have been also discussing in the past days about the importance of business to government engagement and how we can make sure that each party can actually talk about the needs and where they stand in terms of development, and how we can actually make sure that we can address those gaps. At the same time, how we can actually also identify potential overlaps in terms of activities, and how we can come to a solution which can be actually meaningful for everyone. So in case of your question, we also see when it comes to small and medium enterprises and electronic certification, very often we are talking about the exchange of electronic certification government to government, and that includes, of course, SPS competent authorities along with customs organization, but we also shouldn't forget the industry, as well as those organizations or companies who are also being involved in trade, right? Because they are very often big multinational companies who are also directly engaging with customs organizations, and they can also accelerate the process when it comes to clearances at ports, or when it comes to actually advising to businesses to make sure that the data they are entering are correct. So this way, everything is taking place more flawless, as well as we are reducing food safety compliance related risks. So this would be my response to that.
Thank you, Gabor. And I might just add a slight, I think everyone needs help at some point. And I guess from the Australian experience, we see challenges with the provision of information from big companies and small. So it's a really interesting space. And I thank the floor for that first question. Are there any others that would like to be asked at this point? Or should I move into my next round? Oh, I've got another hand up. This is terrific. Let's go into the middle. Again, if you can let us know your name and where you're from and who you would like to direct your question to, please.
My name is Patience Shoko from RMIT University in Australia. I would like to thank the panel for the information they gave us. My question is on the digital systems. Is there an accreditation system for the companies that are producing this software to say this is an approved software system for this digitalization?
Perhaps Gabor, maybe you might want to start.
Yeah, excellent question again. I think when it comes to ISO particularly, they are working tremendously and setting up new type of standards. But we also see, especially when it comes to emerging technologies, that there is a regulatory gap, right? I don't want to go deeper to this, but for me, what was quite interesting, being engaging with these companies, very often you hear about them related to artificial intelligence as well as technology development, that this is the opportunity for standards and voluntary certification, and they are very much interested in the experience of the food safety world. Because what happened in food safety and food safety management systems, that in less developed regulatory systems, very often voluntary certification moved in to still ensure trade between those less developed countries and developed countries. And this is leading to the point that accreditation, as such, no, we would rather talk about certification systems, And this is a space which is, I think, under development at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabor. And I guess the other comment I would make is that we see many government agencies, and certainly in the Australian experience, that would be, in some instances, not necessarily taking something off the shelf in terms of their digital systems. Many are looking to build their own way. I would encourage people to talk to each other around that because it is expensive. It certainly is in the Australian context and takes time. So where people can reuse, for me, that makes a lot of sense. It would be great if there was more off-the-shelf solutions in that regard for regulators. Okay, I did give this esteemed group of panellists homework, so I probably should go to the next question and get some views. That's not to say that you lot out there are off the hook. Please keep thinking of your questions. We want to have this engagement. So we've heard about some excellent work and cooperation across ASEAN countries, and I'm sure in other regions as well, in supporting the adoption of harmonised regional approaches around new technologies and innovations, such as workshops on remote audit and data exchange. It would be great to hear from participants what benefit they see, have seen through these regional approaches, what has worked, what requires further work, what more we might be able to do in order to see if we can continue the momentum that we are achieving here. So perhaps let's start with Thailand this time. So Ms. Padmaporn, over to you again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom, for your question. I think that ASEAN has made significant progress in using digital technology to support both food safety and trade facilitation. In fact, this is not a new topic for ASEAN. We have been working on the digitalization for near 2 decades. Can you believe that? One of the earliest examples is the ASEAN Single Window, which was established in 2005 to facilitate the electronic exchange of trade documents among ASEAN member states. Building on this foundation, ASEAN has also developed common electronic data structure of SPS certificates based on international standards, which cover the electronic phytosanitary certificate, or we call it e-phyto, electronic animal health certificates, and electronic food safety certificates. Today, we are beginning to see the tangible results from this effort. For example, the e-phyto exchange has already been live operated among Indonesia, Thailand, and the Philippines. Testing also have been complete with Brunei Darussalam, and preparation are underway with Malaysia and Cambodia. Similarly, Thailand and Indonesia are currently testing the exchange of the electronic animal health certificates data. To me, these are important examples showing that ASEAN is moving beyond policy discussion and towards practical implementation. Another important initiative is the ARAPS, the ASEAN Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed, which was established in 2006, 20 years ago. Thailand proposed this establishment of ARAPS, drawing the inspiration from the EU RAPS model while adapting into ASEAN's own needs and circumstances. Today, ARAPS serves as a regional platform for rapid alert information exchange, early warning, and cooperation among ASEAN member states when food safety incidents occur. ASEAN has also recently developing the regional guidelines on traceability, as well as the regional guidelines on the remote audit and inspection. The latter is the support from UNIDO and the Government of Australia. This initiative helps create a common understanding and promote greater consistency across the region. And most recently, ASEAN has also upgraded the SPS chapter under the ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreement, or we call it ATIGA, The upgraded chapter recognized the growing role of the digital technology in supporting SPS implementation and trade facilitation. ASEAN also supported the inclusion of the digitalization as a priority under the ASEAN Food, Agriculture and Forestry Strategic Plan 2026 to 2030. So from my perspective, one of the key lessons we have learned in the technology is that the technology alone is not enough. Just as Thailand needs coordination among different agencies, ASEAN also needs coordinating among different mechanisms and working groups. For example, the discussion on the electronic SPS certificates were traditionally taking place under the different ASEAN sectoral bodies. The SPS experts were discussing about the certification requirements, while the technical expert under the ASEAN Single Window Technical Working Group were discussing data structure and the system connectivity. However, there was limited coordination between these processes. Recognizing this challenge, last year, Thailand proposed the establishment of the ASEAN Expert Working Group on ESPS or the EWG ESPS. This new mechanism brings together both SPS experts and IT specialists to help ASEAN move forward in a more coordinated manner. It will also support the development of the common ASEAN position when engaging with external trading partners and on the electronic certification and the data exchange. Of course, there is still more work to be done from now. ASEAN member states are at a different stage of digital development, so continued capacity building will remain important. At the same time, the interoperability will be a key priority. We have developed many useful systems and platforms, and the next step is ensuring that they can exchange information seamlessly across agency and across border. And finally, beyond technology, we need stronger legal and policy alignment across the region. Building trust, common approaches, and mutual understanding among member states will remain essential to support effective information sharing and cooperation. Overall, I believe ASEAN has established a strong foundation over the past 2 decades. The next step is to strengthen interoperability, explain practical implementation, and ensure that the digital solution deliver benefits for regulator, businesses, and consumers across the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Khun Padmaporn. That's a very comprehensive synopsis of the work that ASEAN has been doing. I am going to give our other ASEAN colleagues an opportunity to add a little more if they would like to. So, Ms. Vu, Vietnam, is there anything that you would like to add to the points that have been made around the advancements through ASEAN?
I see from my perspective, I see some benefits from connecting ASEAN single windows. But in fact, in Vietnam, we only piloting e-phytosanitary certificates via ASEAN single windows. And because I'm in charge of export of fish and fishery product, so I will focus on my expertise about the export of fishery and fishery product. In fact, Although we already implement national single window for issuance of health certificate for consignment of fish and fishery product to China and Korea, and in 2020 we expand to the other markets, including Brazil, Argentina, Indonesia, New Zealand, but in fact, because of limited IT system, now we cannot implementing to issue a health certificate for fishery consignment for export via national single window, just only to importing markets, China and Korea. But during the implementation, we also see some difficulties, such as you know that we have not yet mutual recognition of e-certificates between China and Korea. So the issuance of health certificates only carried out in Vietnam, and that only reduce time cost for enterprises only, and it's not for custom clearance at the border. So that's limited in single window Vietnam now. And and sometimes the health certificate form from China, from Korea, change. Sometimes the IT system cannot keep up with the trend of e-certificate form. So we must be upgrade of IT system, but it cannot timely to keep up with the trends of regulation from the importing countries. And I think that's some difficulties we are facing for recent years. And we also many benefits from ASEAN single windows, for example, reduce duplication and harmonize procedure, and improving trust between ASEAN member partner. And also reduce custom clearance at borders. But in fact, now in Vietnam, we trying to expanding to the issuing the health certificate via national single window first, and then we will try to collect it to ASEAN single window step by step, and beyond the IT system upgrades in Vietnam. But Vietnamese government are trying to improve IT system to ensure the interoperability of national single window, so that they can connect to ASEAN single window and allow trade flow, smooth trade flows. And by the practical situation in Vietnam, so I see some the priorities we should focus. Maybe just include some improvement of IT system. I think IT system must be upgraded to fulfill fulfill and access the ASEAN single windows. And secondly, I think building capacity for Vietnam, for regulator and for enterprises, because they must be trained and supported from international organizations, from the UNIDO, from the FAO, and maybe from the other NGOs for building capacity. And I think this one of the crucial component is advanced technology for managing risks when exchange of e-certificates cross-border. And Vietnam is maybe is that's crucial in Vietnam. And the last one I think is address train challenges as like cyber security and global alignment. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, we've got great discussion going, but I do know that we probably need to, Ibu Arissa, is there anything that you would like to add from an Indonesian perspective, just in terms of the ASEAN context, noting that you're from a slightly different agency in context of the marine and fisheries space? Is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, Indonesia very highly value the cooperation that has taken place within the ASEAN on digital food safety initiative, including a workshop on the remote audit, electronic certification, and data exchange that already supported by UNIDO and government of Australian governments. And the greatest benefit, the opportunity to share the practical experience and learn from one another. This collaboration have helped build common understanding, increase confidence in digital approach, and support the gradual harmonizations of regulatory practice across the regions. Moving forward, ASEAN can play a key role in developing a common framework that enable trusted and seamless information exchange across the regions. Maybe it's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. And there it is again. There's that collaboration and cooperation and sharing of experience. It just shows how important it is. And certainly from the Australian perspective, we're very happy to support that and to facilitate that through our support to the region, particularly around the remote audit stuff. Lily, different space, but is India doing work with its near neighbours around how it might do similar things? I'd be interested in your experiences.
Yeah, sure. So apart from what I have said earlier, I think there needs to be a one-point contact for all the different stakeholders for handling of the application, processing, generation of the license, e-certifications that are generated as part of food safety, and then the consumer grievance. That is, I feel, very important, because in India, we have a habit of people coming to the office, but we want a transparent system which saves the time and efficiency of the people who are working on the systems. And so that is one thing. Second thing is various schemes which are related to food safety in the field of social media and capacity building. So we have different level of training which is planned, which is online and offline both, and the e-certificates are generated as part of the system. Frequent security of the audits of the applications that, it includes the building of the trust and confidence of the stakeholders. And then we have a single sign-on procedure. So all the, so there is a single source of truth as part of the data so that it can be shared. Thanks all.
Thank you. It's another different perspective again. Now, I posed the same question to Bobby, and I'm going to tempt fate and see if we can have our next video intervention to hear Bobby's experience within the Gulf states. Thanks.
So within the GCC region, within the Gulf countries, there is already an existing food safety framework. Policies, standards are shared between the countries, and there have been a lot of effort put in to ensure that the digital systems are also working seamlessly. However, there is still a long way to go. Currently, within the countries, the systems are getting aligned, and hopefully that alignment will work between the countries too in the future.
I think we're done, or have we paused? I'm not sure. Okay, I know that I am keeping you between your coffee break, but Are there any more questions for our panellists today who have done an excellent job? Thank you for taking the time and running us through that. It's very bright up here. I'm struggling to see any more hands. Have we got to that point that I really am holding you up from coffee? It appears so. Okay. Can I ask you all to with me thank our panellists for what has been a really engaging discussion. Thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed it and I hope you've learned a little bit about what is happening in and around the region. Thanks again.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Black, and all of our panelists. Once again, for the round of applause to our panelists. That was very insightful to learn a bit more from different countries and the suggested methods of how to arrive to the solution. And I mean, earlier, Mr. Black has asked if you guys would like some coffee or break. I think a lot of us would probably like to fill in their caffeine levels. So feel free to go and fetch your drinks and snacks. And we have about 10 minutes before we start the next session. So you are more than welcome to bring the snacks and the tea or coffee in here as well. So we will meet again at 11:20. About 10 minutes, in 10 minutes time. So enjoy your break and I'll see you in a bit. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be informed that the tea and coffee along with the snacks can be brought inside the conference room. I see that many of you have brought them in. Well done. Thank you. So we will commencing the second part of the first half of the day in 5 minutes. So kindly pick and choose your tea and coffee, and we will be back very shortly. Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the second session of today. We have prepared a very special lineup for you. I just wanted to, okay, I can see that many of you are still having snacks. You're enjoying the snacks we've prepared for you so far. Tea and coffee are good. That's great. Okay, now the next session, we will turn to a topic that has generated increasing attention from regulators, industry, consumers alike, and as countries aim to tackle climate change through circularity and sustainability related regulation, businesses seek more sustainable packaging solution. So the next session is going to be under the topic navigating the regulatory landscape approaches to recycled food contact materials across Asia and beyond. We will be examining how different countries and regions are approaching the regulation, assessments, and authorization of recycled materials intended for food contact applications. And to guide us to this discussion, it is my great honor to welcome our moderator, who is the chairman of the Food Safety Consortium. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Terence Lau. And to invite the panelists to join Mr. Lau, may I kindly invite the following. First, Mr. Johannes Bergman, the General Secretary from the World Packaging Organization, or WPO. Yeah. The second one, may I please invite Ms. Zhu Lei, Director of the Food Safety Standards Center from the China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. Woohoo! Yes. The third panelist joining on stage is Ms. Chatnipan Butre, Head of Thailand Risk Assessment Center, or the TRAC, from the Institute of Nutrition, Mahidol University. And joining us online, Mr. Bastian Schob, the team leader of the food contact materials from the European Union, DG SATE. And now I'll pass the floor to Mr. Lau. Thank you.
Good morning, and hope you enjoyed the coffee break. And thank you very much, first of all, the UNIDO bringing this great conference together in Thailand. We enjoyed very much the first day, and also the first session in the morning. That comes to another section before lunch, but this session is very exciting because we are facing very challenging landscape to how to develop regulations to tackle the recycled material for food packaging applications, because we would like to achieve the sustainability, that we would like to have more recycled material for users, but the regulations will also dictate how industry, how company in the fields to fulfill this purpose. But very good honors today. We have great panelists, from different parts of the world, from Europe, from China, and also from Asia, and Thailand. Without further ado, I'd like to pass the first presentations to Mr. Bastian Schob, who is the team leader of food contact materials in European Union, DG SANTE. Unfortunately, Mr. Schob cannot join us in person, but he has already made a very good video to share his view to all of us. Then after that, we will have our panelists to share their view one by one, followed by a panel discussion. Let's welcome Mr. Bastian Schob for his first presentation.
Good morning. I'm Bastian Schob. I work for the European Commission, and I'm team leader for the team on implementing the legislation on food contact materials. As such, I'm also responsible for the implementation of the legislation on recycled plastic food contact materials, and I will provide you with the EU perspective. Well, this legislation is quite complex, so I'll only be able to present you with the main messages. First, a slight step back. We have what is called a Basic Act in the EU, which applies to all food contact materials and articles. It sets out the basic requirements and procedures. For instance, it laid down the rule of the European Food Safety Authority, or EFSA, in the EU. Its main requirement regarding the safety of the materials is that it sets that all food contact materials shall not transfer their constituents to foods in amounts that could be hazardous to endanger human health. This same regulation also allows the Commission to set out specific legislation on specific food contact materials. Well, we have such legislation for plastic materials, which is Regulation 10/2011. We have such a legislation for recycled plastic materials. But yeah, on some other materials, we do not have such specific legislation, like, for instance, on major groups such as paper and board. Such materials would be subject to national legislation. What is important, however, when we talk about recycled plastic food contact materials is that they need to be decontaminated. Recycled plastic, well, plastic waste essentially is contaminated with contaminants which can come from the use of the plastic, misuse of the plastic, and also cross-contamination during collection. So there are various sources of these contaminants which need to be taken out during recycling to make it suitable for food contact materials. And that decontamination is what defines, in our view, plastic recycling under food contact legislation. So basically there are two regulations which are relevant for plastics and recycled plastic. One is on plastic food contact material, which focus on the composition of that plastic material and is of course relevant predominantly for the production of virgin plastic, so new plastic. It lays down rules on substances which may be used to manufacture the plastic. Other substances may not be used. It sets out certain purity and other compositional requirements, and it deals with the migration and of these substances, as well as verification of compliance. Very, very importantly, official controls essentially focus on the compliance of products, so on the plastic itself. Now, next to that, we have our legislation on recycled plastic food contact materials, Regulation 2022/1616, which focuses, in line which I just said, on decontamination. It also requires compliance of the plastic with Regulation 10/2011, so also those compositional requirements apply, but this regulation itself just has a focus on decontamination. And therefore, it sets out rules on collection, decontamination and use, technologies, processes and installations, authorizations of technologies, processes, good manufacturing practices, documentation and registration. However, the important point is that the official controls are to focus on the compliance of the production, so of the actual manufacturing, which has to comply. Regulation 1616 actually separates the recycling processes in three main steps. The first step is pre-processing, which focuses and requires separate collection. The second step is decontamination, which requires the use of suitable technologies as well as authorized processes, as well as audited and registered installations. And the third step is processing, which focuses on the use of the recycled plastic. And that may limit the use of that to certain specific applications. So how to deal with those regulatory permissions to manufacture recycled plastic? Let's start with the second step, which is the most well-known step, I think, to everyone, which is to authorize recycling processes. Presently, we only do that for mechanical PET recycling, and it has a very specific authorization procedure under which the evaluation is taken care of by EFSA and then subsequently authorized by the Commission. So EFSA produces a scientific opinion where it gives its opinion on the safety or the ability of the process to produce safe recycled plastics. And on that basis, the Commission authorizes, by means of a so-called implementing decision, the recycling process. Installations must use such an authorized process to produce their plastic, and must also be registered and audited by local competent authorities. So the competent authority has explicitly to check whether the process is in compliance. And they do that on the basis of what is called a compliance monitoring summary sheet. Sometimes there's confusion between what is a process and what is an installation under the regulation. Well, if we compare the two, the analogy would be the process compares to a recipe and the installation compares to a kitchen. The first step, which I skipped, is that we actually first need to establish whether a certain recycling technology is suitable. We look then at the kind of plastic which is going to be recycled and the principles of the recycling. And for that we have something called a novel technology procedure. I'm not going to explain that. I will just say that we have present two suitable technologies, of which mechanical PET recycling requires this second step, the authorization. Okay, so then the installations have to be registered. They need to be in a public register, which is published on our website. At present, we have 882 installations registered. Since you're all in Thailand, there are 9 installations thus far registered and operating, presumably. And so these installations would require auditing by the Thai local competent authorities. We're also amending at the moment Regulation 2022/1616. In fact, some of you may know that it's at present subject to both a TBT and SPS notification under the treaties with the World Trade Organization. But this amendment is to achieve several things. And first of all, it is to help us to automate the functioning of the EU register, so the one which was displayed on the previous page. But perhaps more importantly, it introduces new compliance documentation, particularly Declaration P, which will apply to pre-processed material. And when these materials are placed on the EU market coming from outside of the EU, they will need to be notified to the customs authority under CN codes, and this amendment is laying down basically those CN codes. So with that, I thank you for your attention to this very short presentation. I hope I was sufficiently clear. I'm aware that I skipped quite a few details, but perhaps if I want to give you one last measure, one last requirement of the regulation, it does not allow the collection from any waste. It requires the use of separately collected waste for recycling, at least at present. So thank you again, and yeah, I hope we'll have a good discussion. So goodbye.
Thank you very much. Even though Mr. Schroep cannot come to Thailand, but share that EU has been taking steps to facilitate the use of recycled material for packaging purposes. So the next speakers, panelists, we will be very honored to have Mr. Johannes Bermer, who is the General Secretary of World Packaging Organizations. Let's welcome Mr. Bermer.
Thank you so much. It's always an honor to speak after Mr. Schroep, really to be on a panel with him. My name is Johannes Bergmeier. I'm General Secretary of WPO, the World Packaging Organization. And, so this is not my presentation. It's because I think I was last speaker. Who is this? This is not my presentation. Either change the presentation or we change the speaker. I'm also happy to go last. No problem, like we talked before. You want to take over because it's your presentation. Come on, be quick. Yeah, that looks good. That's my logo, so I feel at home now. So what is WPO? WPO is the institutional body of the National Packaging Institutes worldwide. So we are the assembly of the National Packaging Institutes. Yeah, there's the Thai Packaging Center, is a member of Thailand. There is PACFOS Austria from Austria. There is IOPP from US, and from 66 countries all around the world. We have this member. We are non-profit organization. We are not a legal body or something like this. Yeah, that means maybe I'm a little bit the outlaw here on the stage today, because what we can do is we can try to bring industry together and see how we bring all this. And believe me, Mr. Schupp, what he showed us, it is just the tip of the iceberg of how complicated these regulations are. Yeah, we try to bring it down to the bottom. Yeah, and see what companies, packaging producers, packaging users worldwide can do. Because if you go to all these legal requirements, yeah, based on sustainability, but also based on food safety, which we are discussing very intensely for sure for the last year, we end up in a jigsaw puzzle. Yeah. And believe me, this what I show you here, it's just one glimpse of it. All in all, I think it's a puzzle with more than 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, yeah, that you have to bring together somehow to a picture. And I don't have time to go through all of this. I just want to show you 1, 2, 3 ideas what in WPO we are doing. As an example, one major step for us that already 6-7 years ago we published the Global Packaging Design for Recycling Guide. That means we took the scientific data that we had, yeah, together with ECR, it's a efficient consumer responsible, so a trade organization, retailer organization, yeah, and brand owner organization. We took it together and set up a guideline for companies. How can they design their packaging systems to make it recyclable? Yeah. The nice thing is that even European Commission, yeah, acknowledged this work quite well, because they put it on their bucket list for PPWPR, and it is one of the sources European Union will now bring up their recycling guidelines. The nice thing is, I guess, that we have it in many, many languages and approved by our national bodies. That means there is a Japanese version, there's a Chinese version, there's a Thai version, yeah? And if we have this Thai version, it tries to use really the wording which is there here in the market in Thailand, yeah? That it is really also understood by people who take the decisions how a packaging looks like and how we can make it that it is recyclable. The latest news on this is that we just published the Chinese version, because we are here in Asia and the Asia Food Safety Forum, and we have a South Korean version just published, and we will go on. That means our next targets, all funny-wise, all Asia, it's India, it's Turkey, it's Bangladesh, and then it's Cambodia. Yeah. Cambodia, by the way, is also one top of thing what we are doing. This Cambodian Institute, Packaging Institute, it's quite young. It's, I think, 2 years old now, yeah. And it was an outcome of a UNIDO WPO cooperated action in Cambodia. There was a Cambodia fish project, yeah. And in this project, they found out we have to pack that fish somehow, yeah. But there was no really institution in Cambodia who could do training on packaging, yeah, and research on packaging, testing on packaging. So within this UNIDO project, we helped to found local guys, packaging people there, their own association, Cambodian Packaging Association. They are now member of WPO, and they do the translation for this guideline. This is how WPO works. Another nice thing for recycling, I think what we are doing, we have a country-specific waste stream mapping guide. That means we are collecting every day. Also this recycling guideline, we not only translate it, we update it year by year. Yeah? Is there a new technology? And the same is with this waste stream mapping, because it's nice that the packaging is recyclable. What really counts is it recycled? Yeah? And that means we have to know in that country, in that area, is there a collecting stream? Is there recycling facilities. And this is what we have in this guideline. So you can see by colors, yeah, different materials. Is it green? Is it red? Yeah. So you see in Vanuatu, yeah, well, the situation maybe not so easy. Yeah. On the other hand side, in Italy, for sure, developed country, they have a lot of waste mapping streams and recycling streams. Then we have our and this is the most important purpose of WPO, I guess, we have our working groups via a meeting point. We do sustainability reports country by country every year. We do a survey, and you can get it from our homepage. This is all where these QR codes are there. Yeah. So every year we ask our members, what is the situation in your country? What's going on legislation, on food safety, on recycling? Yeah. So this is just a picture of this. I just have my 10 minutes. Then we hear about in our discussion what's going on. This is, I guess, from the Philippines, sorry. These waste collecting systems, deposit schemes which are coming up. Same, but different from Singapore. Yeah. Because this is also one reality of the jigsaw puzzle. Yeah, it's not only that we have recycling guidelines, food safety guidelines, they differ from country to country. Maybe they all have the same direction, but then in detail it's different. And we have to learn and understand how this works. And even deeper insight, we get insight. This is an example from Japan, yeah, where they tell us what is the last version of Japan legislation, what's coming up on recycling guidelines, on food safety guidelines, whatever. We have it in these reports. Or again, Cambodia, what targets are there from their governments to fulfill. Then we have our WorldStar program. That means every year, again, based on the awards from our members, we pick out, there's a jury process for sure, world's best packaging. This is WorldStar competition. By the way, we will have our big ceremony just in 1 year, next ProPack Asia. We are here, maybe in this hall, or maybe it's a little bit too small because it's a really amazing event, yeah, where we come together and also make a celebration on this. And there is a sustainability award for sure. I cannot go through the details, but go to the homepage. It's not only the pictures there are also fact sheets. Yeah? On one page you can read what is the special thing about this package and why it is so sustainable. And for sure, recycling and being sustainable is not a plus, meanwhile it's a must-have. This is what we see. Yeah? I think it's more tricky to take recycled materials and to use it. This is the step where we are, and I think this is also where the discussion is going on today. And one more aspect, being also a little bit provocative, maybe, that's my role. Another big program that we have is that we concern about food losses and food waste. You know, this is a big issue. Yeah, it counts to so many SDGs. Yeah, because 1/3 of the food is lost or wasted. This is a tremendous environmental impact, and this is a tremendous hazard to people's life. And there, at this point, we have to come back. What is packaging about? Packaging is about to protect goods, and it's there to protect foodstuffs. Yeah? And what we have to do is to get that balance right between, for sure, we have to talk about recycling, yeah, and food safety, yeah, in recycling to reduce packaging waste. On the other hand side, we have to reduce food waste, and we have to get that balance straight somehow. To formulate it very provocative, for sure we can discuss if there is maybe a chemical in that recycling material that in some animal test we could not exclude 100%, that there may be a risk if a person is eating it every day of their life and then maybe ending up with some slightly disease. Yeah? Or on the other hand side, if people are dying because they are in hunger or because of climate change, yeah, because of that food waste, yeah, they lose their homes because they are flooded, yeah, or they are destroyed because of storms or something like this. So we have to find the right balance. This is also something we have on our agenda. So just a short glimpse, what can you have again from resources if you want to design your bag not only sustainable, but also fit for reducing food waste and food loss? Again, we have our guidelines published, again, together with UNIDO, so we always do it in an international context. Go to our homepage. I think if you're interested in there's a lot of content you could use. Thank you so much.
Very much, Mr. Bermer, and WHPO has done a lot on facilitating the globalizations of the efforts, to achieve the purpose. So we would like to learn more, from the panel discussion later on. Now, let's move on to the first speakers. We were delighted to have Dr. Zhu Lei, who is the Director of Food Safety Standards Center, China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment of mainland China. Let's welcome Professor Zhu Lei.
Thank you, Mr. Lau, and I'm very honored to be here to show some updates on recycling, food contact recycling plastic in China. I'm from China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. My main responsibility to organize the national food safety standards on food additive, and food packaging, food contact materials. Yeah, first of all, I will show you the responsibility of competent authorities in the safety management of food contact materials in China. You can see from this page, I separated the responsibility into 3 parts. The first one is risk management. The National Health Commission is responsible for organize the national safety standards. And the second one is also the risk assessment, and it's also the responsibility of National Health Commission, and to be responsible for pre-market approval and post-market risk assessment of food contact materials. The 2 responsibility is also within the responsibility of our center, the China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. We are technical institution managed by the National Health Commission, and do some technical support for the safety management and the safety assessment of food contact materials. And the last part is the risk management, the supervision of food contact materials in domestic market. It is the responsibility of the SAMR, and for the importing and export food contact material supervision is within the responsibility for Chinese custom. And I think I will skip over the background here, because as we all know, the plastic recycling is a very critical measures to controlling plastic pollution, protecting environment, and achieving the sustainability goals. Currently, China has established a relevant whole framework in the national safety standards for food contact materials. You can see from this page, the left side is the standards for food contact materials. The right side is the standards for detergent and disinfectant. And you can see here we have the horizontal standards, the product standards, the manufacturing practice, and the test method standards for food contact materials. And actually in China, there is no specific requirements for plastic recycling plastic. Although we have the specific product standards for plastic here. And in 2010, we have repealed one measures. It is published by the National Health Commission, and prohibited the use of recycling plastic in food contact materials. And it is the provisions from SAMR, the State Administration for Market Regulation, and they are the supervision authority in China for food contact materials. And in the measures from SAMR, there is no specific requirements for prohibition for recycling plastic used in food contact materials. There's a very special condition, you know that in China we have explicit approved one enterprises who can manufacture RPT for food contact material application. It is only one enterprise in China to be approved to manufacture and recycling food contact materials. So in these 3 years, we have do amount of research mainly to industry survey risk assessment for the recycling plastic, the final product, and to do the challenge test for some main recycling process in China. And finally, we have drafted some technical documents. For example, the risk assessment guidelines and the practice for the recycling process for food contact recycling plastic. And it is some updates here. You can see it is the some alternative contaminant list in the challenge test for plastic, for recycled plastic. And it is some procedure for the challenge test for RPT. And we also have do some research on some key indexes. For example, the initial contaminant level, the acceptable maximum exposure level for Chinese population for different ages. And it is now we have finished some main physical recycling process in China, and the result can demonstrated that Chinese enterprises can manufacture recycling plastic that meets the safety requirements in China. And now the result of risk assessment have been reported to from the National Health Commission, reported to other ministries in China. Next part, I would like to show some updates for the recycled metals. Before that, in China, it is not so clear that the food contact metals, if it can be recycled and used in food contact materials again. So we call it can to can. In this research, the scope of the research is mainly on the aluminum alloy cans and the tin-plated steel cans. So it is some data here. It is very important for the sustainability goals for countries and for industries. It is some background here. I will skip over it. It is the main work we have done for the research on the recycled metals, and to do some work on research on feasibility and risk assessment of recycled aluminum alloy cans and the tin-plated steel cans. And in different procedure, you can see here for aluminum alloy cans have different procedures step here, and we also do some compositional test and migration test for the aluminum toy cans here, and the result is that it is feasible in China to recycle metal cans can to can. And another part is for the safety part, and the migration result of the aluminum alloy cans is similar to the virgin aluminum alloy cans. So in China, the recycled metal cans should be comply with the national safety standards of metal, and it is enough for the recycled cans. Another part is the tin-plated steel cans. It is similar. The procedure, evaluation procedure is similar to the aluminum. And except that, we also do some consumer investigation to check in China if the consumer can accept the recycling of metal cans. So the result is satisfied, and most of consumer, especially the young people, can accept the recycle metal cans. So it is very, I think is the update is very satisfied, because in China, finally the metal cans recycling has been put into the ground, because the competent authority, the National Health Commission, has published a document to permit the aluminum alloy cans and the tin-plated steel cans can be recycled, and the can-to-can has people into the ground. I want to say that in China, the RPT, or the recycled plastic, the step is slower than other countries. And next step, we will push forward and maybe do some research on other recycling process, except the physical or mechanical recycling process, to provide more stronger scientific basis for the competent authority to establish the good risk management mode adaptable to China. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zhu. Please be seated. And very happy to learn that China is building a systematic approach on a lot of risk assessment on recycled material. And I think that experience can be shared to other Asian countries, so that we can build a more holistic system among the Asian countries. So we do have the 4 speakers, and we would be very honored to have the local speaker, Ms. Chanipun, who is the head of the Thailand Risk Assessment Center, Institute of Nutrition from Mahidol University. Let's welcome Ms. Chanipun.
Thank you, Terence. Okay, and first of all, I would like to thank UNIDOS and all organizing committee to give me a chance to share my experience on the safety assessment of recycled PET for food contact in Thailand. Okay, this is a lesson from the US and EU regulation models. Okay, for this situation, the current situation in Thailand, only the recycled PET, or we call it the rPET, is currently permitted for use in food contact material under the regulation of the Ministry of Public Health, notification number 435 that implemented in 2022. Let's take a look on the milestone that support about before launch the regulation for the rPET regulation. The initiation of the regulation is initiated by the food business operator, particularly is the beverage industrial, because they would like to use the recycled PET for the water bottle. Okay, and the problem is the old version of the notification by the Thai FDA is the recycled plastic cannot be used for the food contact material. So, but the FDA respond the requirement from the industrial sector by appoint a committee to review the notification of Ministry of Public Health regarding the use of recycled plastic to produce food packaging. And after that, we have a small project in preliminary research, okay, to study about the safety assessment for the efficient evaluation of plastic recycle process. This is a preliminary project that collaboration between the Thailand Risk Assessment Center, Thai FDA, and the Thai Beverage Association. And after we have a preliminary project, because this is an important issue for the sustainability and circular economy, the funding agency, the ARDA, Agricultural Research Development Agency, that support by the government, Thai government grant the funding to the Mahidol University in collaboration with the Thai FDA to conduct the research on the guidance development project for safety assessment of food contact material produced from the rPET plastic in Thailand. Okay, the result or the outcome from the research that delivered to the Thai FDA subcommittee on food packaging, okay, to review the report from the research team. In the report, so we review or study about the model of the EU and US FDA to draft the guideline, okay? And so from starting point in 2019 and at the end of 2022, Thailand have a new regulation for the recycled PET. So just only the rPET plastic resin that come from the secondary recycling process that have undergone safety assessment and efficient remove contaminant evaluation has allowed by the Thai FDA, and also the other organization that play a role in the standard of the plastic resin. We call it Thai Industry Standard Institute. They develop about the, for the standard of the rPET recycle. This is the way that recycled PET that allowed in Thailand. Okay, this one I would like to show about the approach of the risk assessment of the recycled PET that we learned from the EU model and from the US FDA. We found that for the EU model approach, okay, there were a significant budget and the time required to survey background contamination in post-consumer packaging. This is for the China, they use a EU model. It take a long time because it need to sampling the sample of the post-consumer packaging, okay, to identify about the substance to contaminate in the feedstock. And so for the USA model, this model is a conservative and worst-case contamination assumption and the lower budget and less time required to establish the criteria. So the Thai FDA used the US model to identify the maximum contamination concentration by using the technique to prove about the efficient to remove the contamination in the recycle process. We call it is the surrogate contaminant testing. And for the number that set about the maximum residue, we not conform to the US, because for US, the maximum residue is 220 microgram per kilogram. But in Thailand, we got the number at the 2010 microgram per kilogram. Packaging is not so much different, but the way to identify the number is different. What is the reason to support? Because some parameter that are important parameter. The consumption factor. The consumption factor is the weight of food contact, PET, packaging material, and the weight of all packed food. For the US model, they use the percentage of the new packaging that launch in the marketplace. That's allowed the 5%. And for Thailand, we use the data from the survey in the population by using the consumption survey. And the difference between the thickness and the density of PET bottle in US and Thai is the difference. So in Thailand, we use the number of Thai. Okay, and after that, okay, this one that I has already mentioned about, we have the survey data in Thailand. The survey data is a cross-sectional study in multi-state clustering sampling, okay, in the 5 regions of Thailand. Okay, the survey was conducted in 2020 to 2021, but we use an in-depth interview to the consumer that use the plastic packaging. And to estimate of the consumption factor, the 24 out of 3 recall, okay, to identify the consumption factor that I has already mentioned about the ratio to calculate the consumption factor. And for the determine the chemical contamination in the post-consumer feedstock, okay, we have the data from the survey research, that is the percent misuse of the PET bottle that it can be indicated the type of the contamination introduced into the post-consumer feedstock. So we can, the Thai FDA can set about the surrogate or the type of the contamination that cover in 4 types of the chemical compound that include the volatile, non-polar, volatile, polar, and non-volatile, non-polar, and polar. Okay, after the Thai FDA mandate or implement the new regulation, the PET resin have allowed to use in the food contact material after to prove about the safety assessment. How can they apply the document to get the approval from the Thai FDA? The applicant may be the recycler, or maybe the food business operator or the food packaging company. Okay, they prepare the document in regulation of the Thai FDA and submit the data and information to the Risk Assessment Center. This is a follow to the EU that have a risk assessor, as a EFSA is a risk assessor, and European Commission is a regulator. In the Thailand, it's the same. Because the Thai FDA authorized 2 organizations to work as a risk assessor. The first one is Kasetsart University, and the second one is the Thailand Risk Assessment Center. That means the applicant submit the data to one of risk assessment center, and they have a document to prove about the condition of the recycle process, okay, and prove that the contamination in the final product is not more than the maximum level that's set by the Thai FDA. After the Risk Assessment Center have a report to safety assessment, so they deliver the safety assessment report to the Thai FDA, and so deliver back to the applicant, and the applicant submit in e-submission in the website of the Thai FDA, and the Thai FDA take a consideration of the report from the safety assessment, and if they have no problem about the safety, so the Thai FDA can issue the acceptance letter to the applicant, and they post the name list of the technology and the company on the website of the Thai FDA. And the next one, this is not only the process of decontamination that we call surrogate contamination testing. So the required data from lab analysis, okay, for the material, okay, such as the migration testing, that the Thai FDA set the number follow to the EU. Okay, for the overall migration, we set not more than 10 milligram per square decimeter, and for the migration limit that the Thai FDA set about 19 items of the heavy metal, and for the PAA and for the specific migration, they set in the annex is around 20x item, but the test may be conduct only the substance that used in the plastic manufacturer. Okay, this is at the present time. We have the 8 technology from 6 recycler that successfully passed the mechanical recycling safety assessment. This is a name list and the condition and the technology it post to the website of the Thai FDA. So the plastic packaging or food manufacturer can buy the recycled resin from those of approval company. This is our team, our research team that come from academic and risk assessment center, and we also have a representative from the Thai FDA. So finally, I would like to acknowledge the funding agency, the ARDA, and Thai FDA, and Mahidol University, Kasesa University, Thailand Risk Assessment Center to do the research to support about the regulation of the recycled PET. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. And after four wonderful talks, we simply have around 10 minutes for panel discussion. And I would like to get started with the first questions. I see the developments of the regulation landscape in EU, among other countries, and in China and Thailand. What do you think about the current challenges to become a more systematic or harmonized system, in particular in Asia? Of course, European experience would be very good examples for the developments. May I ask you the challenge that you are expecting, we are facing? And maybe we started with Mr. Burma.
Yeah, yes, I'm absolutely with you. I think this is one of the biggest challenge, yeah, because we have so many systems. So it's on several levels, yeah. Well, it's my point. Our point of view is, on the one hand side, there is already a mismatch between the food safety requirements and the sustainability requirements, yeah. Where on the one hand side, for sustainability, we say we should recycle, and the food safety regulations say no, yeah, this is simply not possible because it's too dangerous. And this is what we heard. We talk about PET, yeah, but what is all about the polyethylenes and the polypropylenes, yeah? This is 2/3 of the packaging market is polyolefins, yeah, and nobody is talking about this, yeah. And then beside this match between sustainability and food safety, we have the differences of the local, let's call it from a global perspective, world perspective, the local legislations, yeah. We have the big EU system, which is high sophisticated, yeah, but not easy to meet, and so it's a big hinder for countries in Asia and Africa to export to Europe, which would be an interesting market, yeah. But they are blocked because of these regulations mainly, yeah. We do a lot of training there for sure, yeah, but it's not easy, yeah. And then within the countries and the Chinese system, I know, but it's very similar, or it's the same approach like the European approach in principle, yeah. But the US system, same idea, but totally different approach, yeah. And then if I hear it's a system like in Thailand, then it's something in between, yeah. And this is ending up a mess. And to be true, I don't see at the moment any initiative that we are on the way to harmonize this somehow, not on this legal level.
It takes more time.
That will take more time, yeah. And we should start to discuss about this because we need it. Yeah.
Better to start early. Then Dr. Chu and
Thank you for your question. And I think the biggest challenge in China for the risk management, I think is risk management. How to transfer the result of risk assessment of the recycling plastic into a good risk management mode adaptable to China. I think is the biggest difficulties we are confronting now. And as I have introduced just now, in China, the responsibility is separated into different ministry. The National Health Commission is responsible for the national safety standards of food contact materials, and also the pre-market approval of the new food contact substances. And the SAMR is responsible for supervision of food contact materials, and including the issues manufacturing certification for the final product of plastic. And in China, there is no consensus what is recycling plastic, food contact recycled plastic. If we regard the recycled plastic as a new food contact materials in China, it should submit a dossier to the National Health Commission, because the National Health Commission is responsible for pre-market approval of the new food contact, maybe the resins or the additives or the starting substances for food contact materials. But if it is regarded as regular food contact materials, it will be managed based on other different management mode. So I think the biggest challenge for us is that. And unfortunately, in China, just now I have mentioned, it is too slow. It's too slow to push forward the risk management, to put into ground in China, because now there is no specific requirements or standards or the regulations or measures to specific to the food contact recycling plastic.
That require a lot more collaborative efforts. Even within the countries, the different departments need to work together to come up with a system. So, what about Dr. Chonapin? Your comment, please. Yeah.
Okay. For Thailand, I think this is a big challenge. Okay, after the Thai FDA implement about the regulation that allow the recycled PET, but because in Thailand there are the multiple agencies that have a responsible for the plastic packaging. Not only the Thai FDA. Thai FDA enforce the regulation based on the document and the safety assessment, but they go to inspect at the recycle industrial. Another agency in Thailand, the Thailand Industrial Standard Institute, they play a role to audit the recycle industrial, and they develop about the standard of the recycle resin. And we need the capacity building of the auditor, okay, to audit the industry. And another factor, this is for the laboratory testing, because the Thai FDA setting about the migration testing and surrogate contamination testing. For the migration, we have a lot of laboratory can do, but not cover all list of the substance that mentioned in the regulation. So we need to more testing, okay, to cover. And for the proof about the efficiency of the contamination, but we call it surrogate contamination testing by US model. There is no laboratory service in Thailand. Okay, just only the report from outside Thailand. But we are ongoing projects of the Kasesa University and another one, okay, to develop about the testing. I think this is a challenge in Thailand after the regulation is implemented for recycled PET. Yeah.
But it's also a funny aspect that came up while your presentation. Yeah, this is because you are again doing a safety assessment for PT, RPET. Yeah, and I wonder, can it be a system of recognition? Yeah, because if a company has done already such a safety assessment in European Union, yeah, or they have it in Thailand, why isn't it recognized in European Union and vice versa? Yeah, if technology is already approved in Europe, why can it be then automatically somehow approved also in other countries? Yeah, but I think this is something
more sharing,
not possible. More sharing, yeah, also of data. Yeah, this is the session before.
Yeah. Well, I know we are running out of time, but I would like also invite, question from the floor, allow you to have a more interactive discussion with the panelists. May I know any question from the audience? Or are you expecting lunch? Okay, if not, I would like to also ask you, I think they are digesting because it's very challenging for you. Oh, yeah. Hello. Yeah, I can see. Please identify yourself and share your question, please.
Hi, I'm Abhishek Kharka. I'm doing PhD at AIT. I want to know, what type of food, except PET, has been tested on, whether it's been tested on cereal-based food or something like other than water and beverage. Are there any tests done for other types of food? I'm just curious to know. Thanks. This one is especially for ma'am from Idol, Inmo.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Which type of foods you have tested? So all this approval of recycling processes and so on, is it only based on water, or on what type of foods is it based? Or this is the question.
You mean the RPET or metal cans or some other recycle?
It's mainly for PET and modified PET. Okay, sorry. Sorry. I mean to say that I'm just curious to know for PET or packaging materials, especially for noodles and other type of material, if recycled PET has been used other than water, that just like cereal-based foods or wheat-based foods, which are consumed daily. Yeah. My question is especially for the ma'am from Idol University.
Although maybe I don't understand your question fully, but I can answer. The migration test conditions for the food contact materials in China, we have the national safety standards of the general principle for migration test. In these standards, we have required the food simulants. If the food contact materials contact water, you should use water 10% ethanol as use this the two kinds of food simulants as a water food simulants for the water. But for the recycled plastic, because as now I have just introduced in China, we have not permitted recycled plastic used in food application now, and in the research for the water bottles, such as for water bottles, we use 10% ethanol as a food simulant in our research on the risk assessment of the recycled RPET.
So now mainly water, no other food types, I just allowed it at the moment.
Yes, in our national standards, it is it must use water or 10% ethanol as food simulants as water.
I see.
Yeah.
You want to comment?
I can maybe answer it for European Union legislation, because it's two separate things. On the one hand side, like Mr. Schupp said, there is an authorization of recycling processes. This is just about reducing contaminants in the material. So it's based on the matrix, if it is PET or PE or whatever. But nevertheless, beside this, if you then have the material, you have to do the normal migration test, like always for plastic materials. And there we have this system, like China, for water-based foodstuffs, for acidic foodstuffs, for fatty foodstuffs, for dry foodstuffs, for alcoholic foodstuffs. That means you have to do both. You need a authorized recycling process, and then you have to pass the migration tests. And the migration tests there are then based on the type of food.
Thank you very much. So I know it's not wise to stand between you and the lunch, but I'd like to have a final question. So what do you think the future direction? One precise sentence, and the future direction to achieve, a good regulatory landscape for recycled materials.
One sentence is meeting together, talking about it, connect each other, connect our experiences, that's it, and work together, cooperate.
I see. Dr. Zhu?
Yeah, except the mechanical recycling process, we're doing some research on other recycling process, the chemical or semi-chemical recycling process, and try to provide a stronger support, technical support for the competent authority to, we wish in China, in China, maybe next step we can put it the recycled plastic into ground soon. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Chanapin?
Yeah. For Thailand, in the future, so the Mahidol University is conducting the research project on the recycled HDPE. That the Thai FDA plan to expand the regulation, to approve about the recycled HDPE. This is for the milk bottle that made from the HDPE. So this is the plan in the roadmap of the Thai FDA in collaboration with the academic side.
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe that there are a lot of ways we collaborate to make a better system for the future. So thank you, the panelists. Let's give another round of applause to our great panelists.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lau, and all the
much.
panelists as well. We've learned of how different countries and regions have approached the regulations as well as the assessment and authority of recycled materials, and a lot of the questions were asked in the conference room, and many, many thought-provoking solutions that we can take on and make it into practical examples for our region. Now, we will take a long break. We're coming back at 2 o'clock. So now we have about 1 hour and a half. So we hope that you will enjoy your lunch. We will be back here for further discussions. On the lineup here, we have another discussion of panel discussion, technical session as well. So I hope you enjoy your lunch, and we will be right back here, starting promptly at 2 o'clock. So if you could come in, settle yourself in, maybe 5 to 10 minutes before the session, that will be greatly appreciated. And for those who are watching us live on YouTube, enjoy your lunch and see you later. แล้วเจอกัน just in a moment ค่ะ
「
Ladies and gentlemen, please be informed that the afternoon session of the very first Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 will begin in a couple of minutes. So kindly, if you haven't done so, make your way to the conference room and kindly take your seat. And for those who are watching us live, we will be commencing very shortly. Welcome back to the afternoon of the very first Asia Food Safety Forum 2026. Today is day 2, and we had our lovely lunch already, as well as we've learned a lot about how regulators across different regions are approaching the recycled food contact materials. Now, we will be shifting our focus to the perspective of the industry and the practical realities of the implementing of how to do it with these, what type of solutions that we can do. The next session is the 5th session. There's a technical session called Walking the Tightrope, Industry Perspectives on Recycled Food Contact Materials in Packaging. We will be exploring different opportunities, challenges, as well as the trade-offs companies face that they work towards sustainable packaging while maintaining the highest standards of food safety. To guide us through this beautiful discussion, it is my pleasure to introduce the Executive Officer of the Food Industry Asia. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Matt Kovac, the CEO of the Food Industry Asia. And to accompany him as the panelists to join, let's start with the PEL and AFAP Product Safety Director from the AMCOR Packaging Science Laboratory. Big round of applause to Mr. Chris Peloso. Moving on to the next person, may I invite Jomar Estacio from the AMEA Packaging Lead from Mondelez. Joining them on stage, may I invite Ms. Dachini Shenguduwan, Advocacy and Public Affairs Manager from Malaysia Recycling Alliance Berhad, or MAREA. And last but not least, she is the Director of Government and Regulatory Affairs from Suntory PepsiCo Beverage Thailand. Please give a big round of applause to Ms. Thantip Pothitanti Mongkon. So, I believe that everyone is ready. I will pass the floor to you, Ms. Kovac.
Thank you very much. One of our panelists is slightly delayed. He's on the way, so hopefully he can join us soon. But nevertheless, we're going to start. So thank you very much to the kind introduction and to all the panelists who have agreed to be here today. The way that this panel session will work is I'm just going to make just a short little introduction, and then each panelist is going to do up to 8 to 10 minutes intervention with a presentation, so they can get into the detail of how they see things and what they think as well. And then we'll have a short Q&A after. And if we do have some time for some questions, and hopefully we can take that from the floor. The lights are really bright, so if you do have a question, try to wave a little bit so I can see you. But obviously we're here today to look at from the industry perspective. And we know that, with food contact materials, protecting food safety and product integrity, extending that shelf life, enabling distribution, and of course, helping to reduce food loss and waste are absolutely essential. And as packaging evolves and recycled content expands, the need for very clear, credible regulation is increasingly urgent. And we've heard that a little bit this morning, today, and throughout the rest of ProPack Asia. So Asia represents probably about nearly 1/3 of the global packaging market. So it's incredibly significant volume in this part of the world. But some of the national frameworks still diverge very much on definitions and documentation and migration testing, authorization, and all those kind of things. And of course, from an industry perspective, fragmentation creates kind of avoidable uncertainty in the sense that you have duplicates around compliance and all those efforts that go into that. It kind of delivers an inconsistent consumer protection. And really, from our perspective, from the industry and FIA, we really need that science-based, risk-based, interoperable system, certainly to food contact across Asia. And recycled food contact material is obviously our immediate priority. So what we're really looking for is to enable ourselves to have a really strong dialogue with regulatory authorities to get them to understand how difficult this can be for industry to implement, and also the costs associated with this. And in the current climate with those costs, that can be quite overbearing in terms of what you can absorb and what you pass on to the consumer. So with my short introduction, it's now my pleasure to introduce Jomar from Mondelez. If you could take the stage, I guess, or if you wish to do it from there. And he's going to take us through just a few slides and his opinion there. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jomar.
Thanks, Matt, for that introduction. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, distinguished delegates, fellow panelists, and esteemed colleagues. My name is Jomar Estacio. I'm currently the AMEA Packaging Regulatory Lead for Mondelez Philippines, so I'm based in the Philippines. I want to begin with a simple image for this particular talk. So picture a tightrope walker suspended between two towers. On one side stands our collaborative efforts or sustainability ambition, the urgent, non-negotiable need to reduce virgin plastics and close the loop on packaging waste. On the other side stands the equally non-negotiable imperative, which is food safety. The assurance that what reaches our consumers is wholesome, uncontaminated, and trustworthy. Today, I want to share with you how Mondelez International is navigating this tightrope, not alone, but alongside our suppliers, regulators, and industry partners, and what we believe it will take for all of us to cross safely to the other side. Okay? At Mondelez, our purpose is captured in these words: snacking made right. This means making snacks that are not only delicious and responsibly sourced, but also packaged in ways that respect our planet. We are a proud plastic partner in the Philippines under PCX initiative, and our 2025 Snacking Made Right report outlines our accelerating commitment to packaging sustainability, which includes also recycled food contact materials, or what we refer to as RFCM. Let me share two tangible examples of this commitment in action. Okay. In Australia, as of February 2024, Cadbury moved its entire core range, so Dairy Milk, Caramel Milk, Old Gold, to 50% recycled plastic wrapping. In the United Kingdom, last year, Cadbury launched packaging made with 80% recycled plastic, leveraging advanced recycling and mass balance allocation. These are not pilot projects. These are commercial scale implementations. They demonstrate that recycled food contact materials can work, but they also reveal the complexity of making them work everywhere. And this brings me to the heart of today's conversation. Because while the ambition is clear, the path is anything but straightforward, particularly here in Asia-Pacific region. Allow me to walk you through 4 critical challenges we faced. First, regulatory complexity and uncertainty. Across AMEA, we operate in markets with vastly different and sometimes contradictory regulatory frameworks. This is particularly for recycled food contact materials. Some markets have clear guidelines, others have none. Some are evolving rapidly, others remain silent. For a company operating across dozens of markets, this fragmentation creates significant compliance risk and slows the pace of adoption. Second, availability, cost, and scalability. Food-grade recycled content remains scarce. The supply is limited. The cost premium is real. And scaling up requires infrastructure that in many parts of Asia simply does not yet exist. So we cannot commit to ambitious recycled content targets if the feedstock is not there to meet them. Third, food safety and laboratory capability. This is perhaps the most critical challenge in this particular room. How do we verify that recycled materials meet the rigorous safety standards our customers deserve? Testing methodologies for contaminants in recycled streams are still maturing. Lab capabilities vary significantly across the region, and we need confidence, scientific, verifiable confidence that RFCM exists. Fourth and last would be traceability and supply chain transparency. Where does the recycled material come from? What was the previous use? What contaminants might it carry? Today, full traceability across the recycled material supply remains elusive. Without it, we're asking brand owners to accept risk that's difficult to quantify. These are not reasons to stop. These are reasons to be deliberate, rigorous, above all, collaborative. So what do we propose? At Mondelez, we advocate for a phased approach to RFCM adoption, one that balances ambition with readiness and speed with safety. This phased approach rests on several interconnected pillars. First, alliance certifications. We need harmonized standards across markets. When a recycled material is certified as food safe in one jurisdiction, that certification should carry weight and ideally recognition in others. This reduces duplication, accelerates adoption, and builds mutual confidence. Second, improve laboratory testing capability. We must invest collectively in building regional laboratory capability. Brand owners, governments, and testing bodies must work together to ensure that robust, accessible, and affordable testing infrastructure exists where it is needed most. Full traceability. From collection to conversion to final packaging, we need end-to-end visibility. Digital traceability solutions exist. The question is whether we have the collective will to implement them at scale. Infrastructure readiness and feedstock availability. Recycling infrastructure must keep pace with sustainability targets. This requires public-private investment, policy incentives, and long-term planning. And lastly, underpinning all of this is partnerships. No single company can solve this alone. We need suppliers who innovate with us. We need governments who regulate with clarity and consistency. We need industry peers who share learnings openly. And we need forums exactly like this, where we can have honest, constructive conversations about what is working and what is not. Distinguished delegates, let me close with this. At Mondelez International, we believe that sustainability and food safety are not competing priorities. They are complementary imperatives. Our commitment to Snacking Made Right means we will never compromise consumer safety in pursuit of environmental goals. But neither will we use complexity as an excuse for inaction. The tightrope is real. The balance is delicate. But I stand before you today with confidence because in this room, the expertise, the commitment, and the collaborative spirit required to work it together. Let us move forward, not recklessly, but resolutely. Let us build the systems, the standards, and the partnerships that will make recycled food contact materials not just possible, but safe, scalable, and the norm. Because our consumers deserve snacks that are made right for them and for the planet we all share. Thank you.
Jomar, thank you very much. Now we're going to move swiftly on to Darshini, who's now going to take over and do her presentation on behalf of Maria. And if you'd like to do it at the podium or sat there, it's up to you.
Is it all right if I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hi. Okay. Thank you so much, Matt and Mr. Goma, for your presentation. I hope it's all right with everyone that I'm sat here. My presentation is quite dense, and I would like to refer to it as I go through the slides. So, very good afternoon. My name is Darshini Senguttuvan, and I represent the Malaysian Recycling Alliance. We are a producer responsibility organization. So, if you're familiar with the concept of extended producer responsibility, Maria functions on behalf of the industry to fulfill their EPR obligations to collect and recycle food packaging and post-consumer packaging materials. So today I stand to kind of explore the relationship between EPR and recycled content. Earlier today, Mr. Ioannis did demonstrate that these policies are very interconnected, and EPR works very closely with recycled food content incorporation in order for us to truly close the loop when it comes to circularity in food contact materials. So I'll explore the current scenario and the implementation readiness of Recycle FCM in Malaysia and give an overview of the structural supply and trust barriers that exist currently. Next slide, please. Do we have the clicker? Sorry. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. So this slide demonstrates the current issues standing in the way of Malaysia's recycled plastic adoption reality, and it demonstrates that there isn't a single issue that stands in our way of mass adoption, but rather a wicked cycle that consists of policy issues, infrastructural challenges, as well as demand issues. And I'd like to start on the right quadrant in dark blue on the verification and trust gaps that exist currently. So as mentioned by our presenters also from China and as well as the presenter from Thailand, Malaysia also has very strict regulations on the use of recycled content in food materials, and this is quite a constrained and cautious approach, which makes sense because we lack the current testing and science-based infrastructural necessities in order to be able to ensure that these recycled content is actually safe to use. However, we do have PET adoption in Malaysia of recycled content still. So in a very limited fashion, there is already adoption of recycled content in food materials. In these use cases, it is hard to verify recycled content claims. So Malaysia does need to address its greenwashing problem. And this is not exclusive to recycled content, but this is a challenge that exists with all environmental challenges. Malaysia also does not have a policy on chain of custody model. So this is particularly important when it comes to chemical recycling, and there isn't a clear direction as to how chemical recycling materials or output would actually be counted or considered as recycled content, whether that's for food use or in general. So this is massively hindering the ability of private investment in chemical recycling because there's no clear direction as to how chemical recycle output would be counted or tabulated in Malaysia. The next topic is one that's been discussed at quite great lengths, which is the health and safety concerns. But I think one area that hasn't really been explored is the halal element. So the halal standard is one that's quite unique in the region, which is as a result of the high Muslim population. And this standard requires careful consideration as well, because in order for the product to be compliant with the Muslim faith and to be used by Muslim population, these standards of cleanliness and contamination could be a potential added barrier when it comes to recycled content adoption. So currently Malaysia, when we return to health and safety concerns, Malaysia's Food Act, which is the predominant regulation in this space, still relies on international standards for food recycled content materials. So we look at the EU and the US FDA systems primarily, and there's no domestic systems which should be developed because we do acknowledge that there are contamination and NIS risks which require domestic authorized recycling processes and declarations for conformity to be explored. And returning to the halal issue, Malaysia lacks a halal standard for finished products, and we only have a recognition for secondary raw material on a case-by-case basis. Practically what this looks like is Malaysia is actually relying on the Indonesian halal standard, and we still have gaps to fill when it comes to our domestic halal standard. So this is an area that requires further refinement before we adopt recycled content for food materials at scale. We move to the feedstock issue, and I will explore this in my next few slides as well, but Malaysia still is heavily reliant on imported feedstock. So the recycling industry, it's quite volatile because of this dependence. If there are any policies from the government to reduce the import of plastic waste, you can imagine that there is, reduced feedstock availability and higher prices as a result in Malaysia. And this also means that currently our recycling industry is not processing domestically generated waste and instead is importing feedstock. And so this issue actually prevents us from reaching the actual goals of circularity. And the root cause of this is a fragmented municipal solid waste management system, which I will explore in the next few slides. The next issue that we have are infrastructure gaps. So the industry, and the industry here is the recycling industry. Malaysia's recycling industry is small and medium enterprise dominated. And the operations average at 50 to 20 kilotons per plant. So you can imagine that they're quite small operations. And this is far below the 30 kiloton per annum minimum that's needed to achieve economies of scale. So you can imagine that these facilities will likely be left behind if we're talking about the need to upgrade our recycling facilities to meet food-grade technology requirements. And again, going back to the point about chemical recycling, we have no chemical recycling capacity in Malaysia at the moment, and so we will not be able to deal with flexible materials, for example. And finally, all these lead into the demand challenges that we face. Food contact material uptake in Malaysia remains very low, with about only 8 to 12% currently being used for beverage PET, and this is led almost entirely by multinational brands. So this perpetual problem persists unless there is something to break this chain. So as mentioned, I'm going to spend a bit of time regarding the supply issue or the feedstock issue. And I'd like to talk about Malaysia's fragmented recyclable collection system, which I think could be the area of policy that changes this potential cycle that I mentioned earlier. So we'll zoom in on some of these issues. And the first gap that I'd like to identify is the fact that there is no integration between our formal solid waste management system and EPR, or any recycling collection system. So we heard earlier from the speaker, speaker from the EU, that in order for us to have food contact materials in processing, there needs to be a separate stream of collection for recyclables. They cannot be collected along with general waste. And as it stands in Malaysia, our formal collection systems do not have a sufficiently adequate separate collection system. So right now, if we're talking about EPR and collection for recycling, this system does not exist currently, and our municipal solid waste management system is also fragmented between two systems. One is a federally managed system where 7 states manage their solid waste through the federal government, and the rest are actually managed at a state level. So just imagine the fact that there are so many different actors that potentially would need to be harmonized if we would like to move our municipal solid waste management system towards collection for recycling and not for landfill, which is how they currently operate. The next gap, and you would have seen earlier that the majority of recyclables are actually collected by truck tailgaters and scavengers. So this shows you the critical role that the informal sector actually plays in Malaysia. So besides recycling centers, small collectors, and building cleaners who are also informal actors, these individuals within the supply chain actually divert the largest amount of recyclables in Malaysia, and about 90% of recyclables that are actually collected for recycling in Malaysia come from the informal sector. So when we're talking about food contact materials or any recyclates for that matter, we need to understand how to secure social protection and traceability for the informal sector, and even much more so within this context of food contact material, because we need to know how those materials pass at every part of the supply chain. And the final gap that I'd like to highlight, which I mentioned earlier, these changes that I mentioned would actually help us to reduce our reliance on imported feedstock, because we do have some large recyclers that do produce food contact materials, but they primarily do so for the export market. So it would be ideal that we start addressing the collection system, feed into our large recyclers' domestic feedstock, and then Malaysia can start having the discussion about how we could meet our potential recycled food contact demands when any policy is introduced at a federal level. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to continue the discussion later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Darshini. That was excellent. And then we move on to Suntory PepsiCo and Khun Flat. If you would like to do it from there, it's no problem at all as well.
Hello. Okay, good morning, everyone. So I'm glad to be here today, and I just would like to share with all of you about our experience that we have faced for scaling the rPET bottle in Thailand market. So I just would like our journey inspire you today. Our journey did not start when the regulation unlocked, but back into the year 2020. Actually, at that time, in Thailand, we don't have a solid regulatory framework about the food contact materials. But the beverage industry, we think that this is the way for sustainability. So we think about the safety. That should be the absolute foundation. So Suntory PepsiCo, we are the member of Thai Beverage Industry Association. We proactively partner with Mahidol University, our industry peers, and a plastic producer. We study about the rPET safety assessment. We would like to build the solid scientific-based foundation first. We work about the safety assessment for about 2 years. In 2022, the Ministry of Public Health issued the notification number 435. This regulation officially allows us to use the recycled plastic, PET plastic, as a food contact materials. So this is our starting gun, turning the linear economy to be the circular one. But passing the regulation does not mean the market is ready. We face a lot of ecosystem capability gaps, especially at that time, the local laboratory cannot test the safety parameter that required by the regulations. If we would like to put the rPET use in the market, we have to collaborate with our advanced recycler and the international laboratory. We send our sample to test at the international laboratories. We have to ensure that the recycling system, the rPET resin, and our rPET bottle all the way are safe and comply with the regulation and also our international quality and safety standard. So finally, in April 2023, we made the history. The Thailand first 100% rPET bottle launched into Thailand market. So we start with Pepsi and Pepsi Zero Sugar 550 ml, just only 2 SKU at that time. But along 3 years, we increased the rPET use. Right now, we have more than 10 SKU in the market. We think that at that time, we made a massive victory, but looking back on that date, it's just about the operational reality start. So after April 2023 until today, we spent a 3 years operational lesson. We can summarize our lesson learned to share with all of you about 3 topics. The first topic is the feedstock and infrastructure. We all noted, we all give the importance of food safety, but the food safety did not begin at the recycling plant, but start with our consumer hands. If our consumer do the better sort segregation, so we can get the higher quality of our feedstock. But in Thailand, we lack of the convenience or nearby effective drop points. Consumers feel like it's not easy to them to do the waste segregation. So we found a lot of our bottle mixed with other waste disposal, and we need help from the informal sector to rescue our bottle back into the recycling system. But using this pathway, we found some contamination of our bottle, and this is create a burden for downstream process. The next lesson learned is about the green premium. As you may know, the rPET price higher than the virgin one in Thailand for about 20 to 30%. So it make the rPET price less competitive than the virgin one. So induce our business or the producer to adopt the rPET. So we used to heard about, if you want to be green, you may need to pay more. Yeah, and the last topic or the last lesson learned that we would like to share, this topic is most surprised me because the perception barrier of the consumer. Many people think that recycle is just only washing and refilling. They don't have the knowledge or information about advanced recycling technology. They familiar only recycle PET bottle to be T-shirt. They don't familiar about bottle-to-bottle recycling. And this is the big gap. If we introduce the rPET bottle into the market, but our consumer did not agree with it or did not accept it, this is the big gap that we have to overcome for scaling the rPET in Thailand. If you ask me about how we can scaling the rPET use in Thailand more sustainable, I think scaling rPET is not the individual work, but it is the team sport. We have to work collaboratively to drive circularity, lower the system cost to achieve the stable rPET scaling. Our team members have 4 sectors. The first one, producer and brand owner. Producer and brand owner have to be in mind that our bottle is born to be recycled. We have to integrate the local eco-design for recycling in every step of our packaging development. If we think about it, it will be easy for consumer. So we have to use our voice to communicate to the consumer, drive them to do the better sort segregation, to deliver the clean bottle back to the recycling system, and educate them for the recycling technology. We have the advanced technology, and the technology is deliver clean and safe rPET bottle, and we have strictly rPET assessment process from the government behind. And the next team member, our consumer, they have just only 2 roles in the team. Just choose and sort. Consumer must choose the packaging with eco-design for recycling. And after they finish it, they just sort it separate from actually food scrap, and then put the segregated bottle to the drop point or give them to the Saleng. Yeah, and the number 3 team member, it's about the recycler. Actually, right now we have approved recycler in Thailand, but if they can advance their recycling process to guarantee the food safety and traceability of the rPET resin, this will help the producer confident to use it. And if they can lower processing costs, this will be important by increasing the efficiency of the rPET process to make the rPET price more affordable. And the last team member, very important, the government. As the role of policy enabler, we agree that to implement the optimal EPR policy is very important to drive the circular economy. But we would like the government to think about the financial incentive, not just only the collection, the fee collection, but provide the financial incentive to the producer that adopt the rPET content for their packaging. We call it like economic lubricant. And the last one, the role of the government is to build the public infrastructure. As I mentioned, in Thailand, we relied on informal sector, the waste picker very much, but the consumers still feel like it's not easy to do because we lack of the convenient drop point that should help them to do the waste segregation and sort easier. So we need to get the support from the government to build that convenient drop point and effective collection system. Not just only put the bin into the public area, but we have to create the collection system solid enough to ensure that the bottle can bring back to the recycling system effectively. So that's all from the presentation of me today. Thank you.
Khun Flat, thank you very much. Now you've seen some of those presentations, please think about some questions and raise your hand, because I would like to take something from the audience. But I will get started. Okay, I know we went through some ideas and questions, but there's a couple of things, Jomar and Khun Flat, that I want to pick up on first, perhaps, and go to you. And two things. One was on financial incentives. And I think you said economic lubricant, Khun
Yes.
Flat, right? And then another one is kind of on, we've touched on consumers, okay? So perhaps if you could both sort of comment, what do those financial incentives look like, both for maybe big companies, SMEs, and other? What would that look like in your space around rPET? And maybe Jomar, what does that look like as well with the kind of complicated materials around flexibles as well? So perhaps you want to
Yeah.
go first, Khun Flat?
Yeah, I elaborate more about the financial support from the government. Actually, in Thailand right now, the government don't mandate the producer to use the rPET, or I mean the recycle content in their packaging. But to drive the rPET adoption, actually we have to pay the cost of the green premium. So if the government can support by give some incentive to reduce the gap of green premium to the producer, encourage them that if you use at least X% of the recycled content in your packaging, so you can get some tax benefits. So some kind of the benefit on financial to reduce the cost of using the rPET content for their packaging. Yeah.
Jomar? Do you have yeah, okay.
Hello. Yep. Yeah. So I think on the other side for this one, a lot of markets right now within the Southeast Asia region are having the regulations or EPR. Specifically, when we talk about use of recycled content, it's basically using rPET. So that's a main market right now. Difficulty for most companies is that use of plastics is really beyond PET as of the moment. So there are really companies that are relying more on the PE, the polyolefins. This particular markets needs to also be, or this particular materials needs to also been studied, right, and have future ready regulations or requirements pertaining to the use of recycled content for these types of material. I think that's where we need to have the balance in the future for this one, so that we will not only rely specifically on the PET part, but also opening opportunities to have other types of plastics that will be available to be used for recycled content in the future.
Thank you. And then the other point as well that came through is a little bit on consumers. So one question is Jomar, and perhaps then Khun Flat, and Darshini, I'll get to you after, I promise. So was a little bit on just the consumers, firstly let's just take Southeast Asia, and I know your region is extremely large with EMEA, Jomar. But what do consumers kind of fully understand about recycled content? I mean, do they even know what it means? And what's the perception around that? That's your question. And then the consumer question to you, Khun Flat, would be just to pick up on what you said on making it easier for consumers on drop points, okay? So their perception of recycled content, food safe, what does that mean? And then how do you actually get them to help support you?
Yep. For consumers itself, I do agree with the Thailand perception a while ago that was shared. It's also relevant to the Southeast Asia region. Markets, consumers really don't understand at the moment what's the definition of recycled content. So that's main thing. A lot of consumers right now understand what recycling is at the moment. They do understand what the recycling logos are. They have basic understanding what to do in terms of recycling. That's one thing. However, there are also studies available that they tend to do what they call green confusion right now. So green confusion means they are, I would say, making use of different environmental terms interchangeably. Like, for example, biodegradable is the same as recyclable, is the same as other types of those environmental info. So it's really good right now to really set some standards. So I think there are two things that we need here. First is availability of regulations to have the right definition, what recycled content, what recycled food contact material is. That's one thing. And another will be the partnership with the private institutions as of the moment. So we brand owners can help now the government really extend, have consumer education for this one so that they would really learn the right definition, the right way how to make use of this particular terminologies in the future. So that will be the partnership that we also need in terms of consumer education for this part.
Thank you. Kunflat?
Yeah, for about the consumer participation, I think we can divide it into two parts. The first part is let them do it easier. Another part is let them know why they have to do. Actually, it's consumer in Thailand, they choose, normally we choose the thing that easier. So if we make them easier to do the waste segregation, segregate the bottle at source, once they finish it, they know that they have to segregate and put the waste segregation that at where. And it's convenient for them. Don't need to drive a long way to send back to the recycling system. And the second point, if they know why they have to do, not only the rPET bottle, the PET bottle can make the t-shirt, but they can upgrade their job to send back to the recycling system to be bottle to bottle. It's more circularity, it's more sustainability. So if we help the consumer to do it easier and let them understand the meaning of what they need to do. So I think this will help consumer increase their participation. And yes, we need support across our sector. Producers have to do the communication to them. The government have to create the solid and effective convenience drop point to them. So the recycler have to make the consumer understand that the recycling process is clean and safe. Yeah.
Thank you. Darshini, before we go to the big infrastructure question, maybe also just give us some context in Malaysia, a little bit around consumers as well and their perception of this, perhaps, just to round that out for Malaysia.
Sure. So I think consumer perception, as Mr. Roma mentioned, is quite similar in the region, and it is due to lack of clarity in information when it comes to what exactly these terminologies means. I mean, this was also already mentioned by Mr. Joma, but I think what's emerging in Malaysia is the educated consumer as well, who does recognize these claims and understands what they mean, but want to check the veracity of these claims. So I think there's increasing conversations about, okay, I see this on my food packaging, I see this particular label, but what exactly does that mean? Is it verified, and what are the standards that exist? So I think with that emergence of the consumer and this consumer sentiment, I think there needs to be higher standards from the government so that the industry can actually comply with those standards instead of having to refer to international standards or best practices from other jurisdictions, so that there's more harmony and there's more synergy domestically when it comes to food contact materials, but also when it comes to recycling claims and design for recycling, for example.
Thank you. Let's stay with you, though. Let's go back to Malaysia a bit. Some infrastructure issues there. Perhaps, what would you say are those biggest, how do you really overcome some of those biggest gaps in the short term when it comes to supporting food-grade recycled packaging material?
Yeah, so I think it's already a sexy topic, so to speak, when it comes to circular investments to look at advanced recycling technology and new emerging solutions to handle and process our waste to make them circular. And I think all that is well and good and very important. I mean, I even touched on the fact that we do not have advanced recycling capacity in Malaysia. But if we take a step back and we look at the primary objective of whether that's EPA MDR or whether that's minimum recycled content mandates and food grade packaging. It's to close the loop. And that starts with collecting the waste. That starts with ensuring that there's a separate stream of collection and that these materials are not contaminated and they're able to be reused and their life cycle can be extended. In Malaysia, I think what's lacking, and this may also be the case in the region as well, is material recovery facilities. So this infrastructural investment, I think, is not a very high one, but it's a very critical one to ensure that collectors and the informal sector have a common point where they can intersect and they can ensure that those materials are intercepted quite early in the waste management stream. So to ensure that it doesn't get to the point of high contamination, but at an early stage, these materials are already separated and sorted based on the material types and that they are suitable to be accepted by the recyclers. So I think this is an example of quite an accessible investment and an infrastructural gap that could be addressed quite easily.
Thank you. And sorry, one other point you made as well as on halal. So I don't know if the whole panel wants to try, but Darshini, to you first. You did mention halal. To what extent, I want to be careful how I say this question. Not that it's not holding us back, but to what extent would it be that we have to go through so many other processes to ensure that we are halal compliant as well? What does that mean as well? And within trying to set things up in Malaysia and perhaps also even in Thailand or Indonesia, those places?
So I think with the halal standard issue, I don't think that the compliance when it comes to contamination for halal is a lot more stringent when compared to the requirements that already exist to prevent contamination and NIS risk. So I think the gap that exists is that there is a lack of regulatory direction and not so much that I think the compliance costs or the compliance requirements would be vastly different from that to comply with existing standards for safe and for safe use of recycled content. So it's more so that, and you can see there are already recyclers that are investing in the Indonesian standard, which means that this is a standard that is accessible. So halal standard is one that's accessible. From what I understand in the Malaysian context, it's just a matter of operationalizing some of the guidelines that already exist and making the standard actually more accessible and easier to use for the industry. So this seems to be the gap. So I would think that it's not a matter of a high burden, but rather that the standard and the framework needs to be further refined so that it's accessible to the industry.
Kunflat, you're nodding. I just wanted, you agree or?
About halal, right?
Yes.
Actually, in Thailand, I think we don't have the halal standard for food contact materials. But when we apply for recycled food contact material for our food, we inform our authority that this product itself is halal certified. But in the process, we use the rPET, that the recycled materials. Then our halal authority in Thailand, they ask about the process of recycled material to be the rPET resin, so that they verify the step based on the paper and what got approved from the FDA. So actually they have no objection of using about the recycled contact material for our pro products. Yeah.
Darshini?
Sorry, Matt, can I just add one more point?
Sure.
So I think going back to the fact that this is more an administrative issue, I would like to take this time to say that the Ministry of Health, which is in charge of the overview of food and food-related standards in Malaysia, so they oversee the health and safety aspects in general, but when it comes to the halal certification, this comes under another agency known as JAKIM. So here, I think another issue that is useful to consider when it comes to practical implementation is how they can harmonize their workflows. And this is going back to, data and technology transfer, even within ministries, to ensure that the process is harmonized. I will say that I think they're already having these discussions, so that's a positive development. So I think this is potentially the direction that we want to move towards to ensure that all rPET or all recycled materials can be halal certified in a seamless process.
Thank you. Now, I did say if there were any questions, so if there's opportunity, put your hand up so if I can see you. So I'll give you a chance now and another chance in a minute, but I can't quite see yet. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit, Jomar, to you. So there's a lot going on in Europe. It's not your jurisdiction, but I'm sure you're monitoring it. And there's a lot going on in India as well. So within that kind of context, look, how does Mondelez sort of see the biggest scientific or maybe the biggest technical uncertainty that is still really a concern when it comes to recycled food contact material? How do you see that through your quite challenging packaging and the products that you supply?
Yeah, you're putting that into a lens of what we need to do in this particular region. There's really two things. So that's the feedstock and the regulations. Those are really the two things that are missing as of the moment. When we talk about feedstocks, the availability is a bit less. But what's more on that is really the available study on the food safety standards for this particular material, right? We need to understand what's the content of this particular feedstock, right? Where is it coming from? What other materials are in this particular component? We call NIAS non-intentionally added material for this one. So we need to understand better this particular part. So there's a lot of study needed in this particular region for that particular feedstock information. The other side would be regulations also. So it needs to be in partnership so that the suppliers, we as brand owners, we do understand, right? Before we can get those particular feedstock, we have a standard to follow. We have something to at least understand, right? Whether are we doing the right thing, putting in this particular material to our plastics that will be used to our packaging materials in the future. So those things needs to really come hand in hand as of the moment, which is a bit I would say compared to EU, compared to other regions, we are lacking at this particular space as of the moment.
So to the two companies, to Suntory PepsiCo and to Mondelez, you're saying that how do you feel the pressure kind of to move ahead even when the systems are not fully ready, and answer that bit delicately. And then secondly, what message would you give to the regulatory authorities as well about that?
Yeah, this was the real experience for Suntory PepsiCo. At the first launch of using rPET, once regulation unlock, the ecosystem is not ready. All the laboratory in Thailand cannot test the safety parameter that prescribed by the regulations. So yeah, and that time our consumer has the limited understanding of the recycle bottle to bottle. Actually, we try to educate them for more understanding. We send our send our sample to test in international laboratory. But I think if we wait for the perfect time, for the ecosystem ready, we may need, we cannot start, we never start. So I think better to step by step together. Let the laboratory develop their skill, equip their performance, and we continue communicate to our consumer to let them understand more about the recycling process. I think we should collaborate together. But one thing that we cannot compromise, it's about the food safety and the compliance.
Yes, I do agree in that particular part. If there's pressure, yes, there's definitely pressure with the industry on this one. But again, we in Mondelez, we really value things we really want to do things right for this part. So really balancing that particular point on getting that particular regulations in the future is really something that we want to look forward also on this one. Definitely partnerships with the government, with the industry, with our business partners, with our suppliers. That's the main thing that we want to consider as of the moment. Really to get be ready for this one in the future. What we also wanted to achieve for this one is as long as we do have that regulations, that needs to also be not really harmonized, but it should be acceptable to different markets so that we will not do things differently or we will not really have additional steps to follow in the future for this part. So I would say for now, we are really feeling that particular pressure, but we need to be in partnership with all the stakeholders as of the moment for us to really move forward and have something to follow in the future for our region.
Thank you. So we're just coming to the close now. We don't have any, I didn't see any hands going up for any questions, but maybe we can just finish off by just give us sort of one key takeaway. Don't take too long. We've got a minute left. I'd like to be on time. One kind of key takeaway that you'd love the audience here and online to take with them of one key message, basically, and Khun Flat. Would you like to go first, then Darshini, and then Jomar?
Yeah, for me, for the food safety forum, yeah, I think one word for me, food safety we cannot compromise for food safety and compliance.
That was quick, thank you.
Yeah, I think we're moving in the right direction, I'd say, in Malaysia, because the government is acknowledging and identifying these gaps and moving constructively with the industry. So I think there's a positive direction on the horizon, and that's quite exciting. It's important that we don't move too fast and that we use science-based methodologies with all these decisions that we're making.
Thank you. Jomar, bring us home.
Let's be partners in this phased approach in dealing with recycled food contact materials.
Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, a very loud round of applause to a fantastic panel with lots of great information. Thank you very much indeed. Guys, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kovac, and all the panelists. And before we go on to have our coffee and snack break, I'd like to inform you that if any one of you have forgotten your iPad case, an iPad case has been retrieved and has been left at the registration table if that is yours, of course. And we will come back in 10 minutes. We will have the final session of the Asia Food Safety Forum, which we will broaden our perspective and have a look at a wider range of shaping the future of the food system. So 10 minutes, let's meet back in 10 minutes. Enjoy your break. Hello, everyone, right here at Impact Forum in Bangkok, Thailand, and those who are watching us on YouTube. Welcome back to the last session of the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026, hosted by UNIDO. We have arrived at the last session today, where we will be discussing the food innovation, circularity, emerging trends around food regulatory science, which we will explore these developments and their implications for the future of the food safety. Now we have the honor of inviting our moderator from the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. He's the president of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. So please give a big round of applause to Mr. Samuel Godfrey. Joining him on our panelists, may I please invite on stage Ms. Providence Mavubi, the Director of Agribusiness and Infrastructure Development from UNIDO. A big round of applause for her, please. Thank you. And also, I'd like to invite Ms. Pawini Chaina Shoti, Chair from Food Innovation and Regulation Network. เชิญค่ะ Also, I also like to invite Ms. Nerida Nelson, the Vice President of Sustainability and Safe Food from Food Packaging Organization. And last but not least, may I invite Mr. Richard Kao, the President of the Singapore Institute of Food Science and Technology. Thank you for the beautiful applause. And I'm sure that the people watching us on YouTube are very excited, so I will pass the floor to Mr. Godfrey, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and good afternoon, dear colleagues. We know that this is the last panel and the last activity of this forum, but hopefully it will be interesting enough and we will have fruitful discussions. This session is going to be dedicated to exploring food innovation and circularity, discussing some of the emerging trends in food regulatory science and how we can support food innovation to address food systems challenges. As we probably all are conscious about, over the last decade, innovation has moved from being an opportunity to becoming a necessity. Innovation is in fact no longer a discretionary aspect for food systems. It is becoming essential to address some of the defining challenges of our time. Ensuring food security, improving sustainability, reducing food loss and food waste, strengthening food safety and responding to climate change are some of the challenges that food innovation is attempting to address. We're also trying, through innovation, to address challenges to enable building resilience, particularly in our increasingly uncertain environments. In fact, just before this panel, we were discussing this level of uncertainty, both recent years, but even recent months and weeks, are reminding us how rapidly operating environments of food systems can change. Beyond pandemics, we are living through unprecedented geopolitical disruptions, trade disruptions, which lead to supply chain interruptions. We're also witnessing more important and frequent climate-related events, leading to resource constraints that have demonstrated how our food system need to be capable to adapt quickly. And resilience, in fact, increasingly depends on our capacity to innovate. So innovation today extends far beyond the development of new products. It encompasses not only new ingredients, novel processing technologies, new packaging technologies and solutions, circular economy models, digital tools, new business models, and their associated regulatory approaches, because without the regulatory approaches, many of these innovations would not be able to access markets. And this is what we need to allow safe and beneficial technologies to reach our societies more efficiently. At the same time, we are also acknowledging that innovation remains unevenly distributed. For the regions that need it the most, particularly for developing economies, these economies continue to face barriers in accessing innovation ecosystems and also in attracting the level of investment needed to enable access to these developments. And in fact, this has an impact in even enabling more opportunities where in countries that witness, for example, local biodiversity or traditional knowledge, how can we translate that into a value addition and into more economic opportunities? So these are some of the facets that we're going to be trying to explore and discuss with our panelists. We are very fortunate to have a panel of distinguished members and experts representing international development, food science, innovation networks, and sustainability leadership. So very, very thankful to all colleagues who have joined us. And I'm going to start with Ms. Providence Mavubi, the Director of Agribusiness and Infrastructure Development from the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. Ms. Mavubi, innovation, again, emerges in highly developed economies with mature environments, whether be it research environments or investment capacity. Many of the greatest opportunities of food system transformations are actually not as available in developing countries. So can you share with us your view of how developing nations can better embed innovation into the designs of their food and agri-food systems, some practical measures that can help them do that, and perhaps the role of international organizations to facilitate that?
Thank you very much, Sam. Good afternoon, everyone. I wish I could see you very well, as you can see me because of this writing. So I would attempt to answer the question. Yes, indeed, innovation are born in a more mature ecosystem with enough funding, but the biggest opportunity is still with the food system transformation that are in developing country. So what can developing country do to embed innovation? One is to treat agri-food as a national innovation system. What does this mean? Is to develop clear agriculture innovation strategy that connect research, extension, regulators, farmers' organization, and the private sector to strengthen the science policy interfaces so that evidence flows into food and regulatory decision, not only when a crisis arises. Two, developing country can create an enabling and predictable regulatory environment, moving toward a risk-based, transparent regulatory pathway for novel foods, circular bioeconomy solution, and digital agriculture. For example, the use of regulatory sandboxes and test beds so that innovators can experiment safely while regulators build their own evidence. Three, which is very important, is to invest in people, institution, and inclusive hubs. As we have seen in developed world, establishment of food innovation hubs, agro-processing cluster, and circular economy park provided shared facility and linked SMEs, farmers, researchers, and investors. So proactively, including the smallholder farmers, women, and youth-led enterprises, so that innovation addresses constraint and create decent jobs. Third is to make an innovation pro-poor and nature-based. What does this mean? Is to prioritize solutions like climate-resilient seeds, water-efficient technology, local cold chain, food loss reduction, and the digital tool for farmers. Use procurement, physical incentive, and standards to reward circular, low emission, and low waste reducing business model. So what can international organizations such as UNIDO, FAO, WFP, and others do? One, we can support government to create integrated agri-food innovation and industrialization roadmap that are aligned to SDGs and climate commitment. We can provide the technical cooperation in regulatory science, standard and quality infrastructure so that country can evaluate and govern emerging technology. We can also leverage on our experience in eco-industrial park, circular economy, and clean technology to design food innovation hub and circular bioeconomy cluster. We can ensure that this platform include testing labs, quality services, and support SMEs to develop safe and sustainable products. Lastly, international organizations can facilitate de-risking investment and enabling South-South cooperation learning using blending finance, project preparation, and partnership to crowd in private capital for innovation-driven agribusiness. Facilitating South-to-South cooperation and global network can help developing countries share scalable models and digital for public goods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mavubi, for highlighting the importance of investing in the foundations of food regulatory systems, investing in the competencies, investing in the infrastructure in the institution, and fostering this level of collaboration. Now, moving to the Asian continent and Asian context specifically, and I have Professor Pavini Shinashoti, our future leader for the International Union of Food Science and Technology and the chair of the Food Innovation and Regulation Network, FERN. Professor Shinashoti, as we know and we have been witnessing, Asia possesses an extraordinary biodiversity and benefits from a deep traditional knowledge system, as well as investments in manufacturing capacity and a growing level of scientific capacity. Yet, some of the innovations may be hampered in terms of accessing to markets. Can you share with us how can Asia better leverage these strengths and potentially address some of the challenges that are in the way from having the accessibility to this, whether be it novel ingredients, novel processes, circularity, and if you can give us some examples of these enablers or these initiatives.
Okay, thank you, and say hello to the audience. Thank you for having me today. When it comes to Asia, innovation happens very rapidly, and actually in every corner in Asia, you can see a number of great research going on. But one of the things that I think that are quite difficult to grab and also difficult to pass through to success line is really the inability to have a system in which innovation can walk through its roadmap and its process in a way that regulatory will reach to an approval. That is one. One of the things that you have mentioned, and also future food or circularity, using materials that have it's kind of a byproducts from one agriculture or food production actually can be proven to be very useful and valuable ingredients for the future, for health and for functional products. And these are sort of what we call as future food, new ingredients that we need to look at the quality and safety of this material in a very systematic way. So as a food scientist, I think one that we need to recognize that good science and good technology are really important to disclose the basic information and including toxicological properties such as some material that might carry over some of the compounds that might not be good for health, and technology in which that can allow us to manage this material in ways that we end up with safe ingredients for regulatory review and also for building trust. Basically, I think the most important part is to have a trustworthy system in which people are comfortable with utilizing these new ingredients in our food supply chain. Having said that, I think it goes all the way to the agriculture base or wherever the production is, and really understand the standard of control of the quality and safety of this material all the way through supply chains, including separation of different parts of this material, and then sort of have a standard filing of the components and also contaminants that might be in there that are really important for government regulatory review in order to make a success production. Another thing that's important also, circularity. I really think that circularity is a big issue here because there are a lot of materials that are left from consumption, post-consumption materials such as packaging materials, that we see the burden of our world in having so much production of and use of packaging and don't know what to do with it. Now, there are work that's going on for recycled material like recycled plastic. But what has been successful only so far is recycled PET. And that still requires quite a lot of analytical methodologies and also a number of sampling and all this before it actually can be used. Recycled PET only come from bottles or material that are relatively clean, meaning bottled water, bottled soda water, and things like that. But other PET probably will not qualify if it has been used for some other things, such as put some toxic material for other use and non-food use. So those kind of things will probably going to end up being in our waste bin. So this kind of thing is actually very difficult thing to do. It's not very easy, but work still have to continue on how we can educate consumers. First of all, to minimize use of packaging, and second is to make sure that your packaging actually goes into the clean, so the supply chain of those used packaging material is also important. This kind of thing takes a system to manage. And also, again, science and technology is the one that actually will deliver trust for safety and for being accepted in the society. So I have that for now. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Pavini. And actually, you give me a great segue for the next question, about the importance of the role of science and technology and how potentially professional food science organizations can help in addressing those challenges and perhaps turning some of the challenges into opportunities. So I'm going to turn to Professor Richard Kao, the president of the Singapore Institute of Food Science and Technology. And Richard, scientific organizations such as SIFST and all its sister organizations in the region and beyond have been playing a critical role in, of course, supporting the generation of knowledge, but also in the capacity and competency development. Can you actually give more illustrations about how such organizations can more actively support the acceleration of innovation and even more access to the outputs of innovation?
Thanks, Sam, for the question. So riding on what Pavini has mentioned, road mapping is very important. So professional bodies like Singapore Institute of Food Science and Technology in Singapore, as well as a consortium within the ASEAN country, through the Federations of Institute of Food Science and Technology in ASEAN, FISTA. We work hand in hand together to actually help the industry to actually carry out this kind of road mapping. For example, just a few case studies to share in Singapore. Although we said that science and technology is developing quite fast, but all these informations, technologies, and knowledge is not getting to the industry as fast as they could. So how can we then help the industry to get to the knowledge? The professional bodies play a part and play a role here as a bridging organizations between the academia, between the experts, the researchers, with the industry. Just for example, what we did in Singapore is that the government agencies, A*STAR, the Agencies for Science and Technology and Research, they have a very road mapping, technology road mapping teams within the A*STAR. How then, what SIOST did is we organize workshops, seminars to actually bring the expert in technology road mapping to meet up with the industry. Is kind of the industry matching to help them decide on 5 years, 10 years kind of road mapping. How can they actually adopt technology step by step? That is the most important thing. Is sometimes there are too many things and technologies are developing so fast that the industry doesn't know where to start, and you need to actually guide them on baby steps. So that's where the road mapping come in and what Pavini has mentioned. The other thing is with regards to circular economy, using of byproducts, food waste, recycling. Earlier on in session 5, there was mentions about making the materials and ingredients available is one challenge. And that exactly why industry are not able to actually make full use of the waste materials. So what we did at Singapore Institute of Food Science Technologies, we actually get our experts from the academia institutions to come in as a mentor to help the industry to figure out how can they help each other. For example, one particular waste that is generated in abundance in Singapore is okara waste coming from soybean. So soybean milk, soybean curd has been a popular food in Singapore, and we generate tons of soybean, which is okara, and they are high in protein. The nutritional values are there. The problem is okara waste have very short shelf life. If you don't transfer them fast enough to be used by the industry, it will just turn sour and you just have to incinerate and burn it off. So we have to actually find technologies like enzymes, so-called degradations to prevent anything from happening before we actually are able to make use of the protein found in the okara waste. So these are the things that we do to help the industry to actually make use of food waste, byproducts from the food processing. So another thing is, if we can't learn within, if we think that we should learn from other countries, so we organize, Singapore Institute of Food Science Technology organize technical tour on a yearly basis to learn from other countries, like adoptions of AI, automations, robotic digitalization. So we have brought our industry to technical tours, like to China. We went to Chongqing in 2024, and this year we went to Shanghai and Suzhou to look at some of the latest developments in the industry, to learn from them how they actually adopt automations. And we need to learn fast enough because of the manpower crunch in Singapore. Birth rate is going down each year. So we also are having these manpower issues. So with this, how can we then make use of digitalizations, robotic automations to help the industry? So these are some of the examples how professional organizations are able to help the industry. Yeah.
Thank you, Richard. And again, clearly highlighting the role of these organizations, not only to identify the talent, but also to play the key convening role, bringing together the partners and the stakeholders. And in both your interventions and that of Pavani, we mentioned circularity and the importance of that. And I guess one of the illustrations of applications where circularity is highlighted is the area of packaging and packaging innovation. And we're fortunate to have with us the Vice President Sustainability and Safe Food of the World Packaging Organization, Ms. Nerida Kelton. Nerida, again, packaging applications and packaging development sit at the intersection of a number of agendas, whether be it food safety, sustainability, efforts of waste reduction, and overall circularity. Can you share with us how organizations such as yours can help accelerate the global dissemination, particularly of the successful innovations in the area of packaging, and also how you can reconcile these innovations with food safety challenges, because we've identified some of the challenges associated particularly with recycled material if they are used in the context of food contact applications.
Firstly, thank you so much for having me, and I really would like to thank UNIDO. The World Packaging Organization have a fantastic partnership with UNIDO, so we're really proud to be here talking with all of you that have stayed on, so thank you to all of the attendees as well. Packaging is a really interesting conversation at the moment, and certainly there are many that demonize packaging. But I think when we put packaging in perspective, we really need to go back to basics about the fundamental role of packaging. And packaging does play a significant role in human health and food safety, extension of shelf life and preservation, and making sure that a product actually is protected and contained and preserved and transported all the way through a value chain. And inevitably, when we're talking about food and beverage, if we don't have intuitive and innovative packaging design, what will happen is somewhere along the value chain, we're going to have food loss or we're going to have food waste. And so we need to remind consumers, particularly, that packaging plays a fundamental and integral role to preserve and extend shelf life and also to maintain health, human health and safety. And so I think from a World Packaging Organization perspective, we have 66 member countries around the world. And what's fantastic about that is we have representation in every single continent in the world. And I come from, and hopefully you know this accent, I come from Australia. And so my view of packaging and my institute in Australia and New Zealand has a different lens and a different perspective on the role of packaging. And then you go into a continent like Africa or Latin America or even into Asia, and there's a different lens and a different perspective. And so what is beneficial of our federation is we can come together and we can collectively discuss, and we do twice a year, and they're fantastic working groups that I hold. And we have 40 to 50 countries in that room talking about their barriers and their challenges and their gaps, and particularly in the developing countries. And so what we've worked out through our working group is we need, as developed countries, is to help rise up the developing countries. And we need to bring our expertise and our knowledge and our innovations and try and understand what their lens is and find the most appropriate packaging that suits that country. And that's something that I've personally learnt working with all of the different members is that the lens is just so different. It really is. It's just so different in each country. And there's no silver bullet for packaging design because it might suit Australia, but it might definitely not suit Nigeria. And so when you're looking at things just briefly like cold chain, you know, there's an assumption that there's cold chain in a lot of the world, and there's not. And so you have to look at the type of packaging that you're designing to ensure that you meet the appropriate requirements for, like, Africa. And so then you have to make sure that you're looking at the appropriate packaging that they can afford, that they can access. And so again, in developing countries, affordability and accessibility are critical. And that can be the biggest barriers and the biggest gaps for most countries. It's not the innovation, it's the cost. And so again, we have to really understand the country when we're designing the packaging. I think that from a sustainability perspective, I could talk about it all day, but we now are really challenged because I represent sustainability in Save Food, but I argue that Save Food is sustainability. And so the environmental impacts without packaging could be far greater if we don't have adequate packaging. And so we have to make sure that we have a balanced approach between this very loud conversation about packaging waste and getting rid of all plastic and all of this conversation on this side with saying, but hang on a minute, some of those materials right now are the only available solutions and technologies appropriate to protect, preserve, contain, etc. And so we have to find that balance to make sure that, yes, we want to minimize, we want to reduce, we want to prevent materials, but we also want to make sure that we have fit for purpose functional packaging first, and protecting humans and protecting the health of the people and also protecting the product. And so it is a balance, and we have a lot of conversations all the time about finding that balance, but packaging plays such a critical role in food, in protecting that food, that we have to have a louder conversation about food waste. We must. As a global community, we have to raise the voice for packaging's role in food waste and what we're doing environmentally, allowing edible food to go to landfill, create methane, emit greenhouse gas emissions. So there's a separate conversation probably for another day.
Thank you for that. And clearly also this notion of fit for purpose applications and ensuring that the innovations serve the jurisdictions and the areas for which they are designed, and accessibility in the form of affordability is a key element as well, because otherwise they would not be effective. So we've shared a few perspectives about the current situation and how different levers can address or enable innovation, or at least alleviate some of the impediments. I would like us now maybe to turn, given that this is the last session of this forum, to turn a few years ahead, like looking forward and looking about 10 years ahead. Ms. Mahboubi, you highlighted the importance of innovation for developing countries and some of the efforts that can be done in that regard. And clearly, innovation has become a strategic policy objective that is pursued by many governments around the world, including and particularly those of developing nations. So, in your view, and looking ahead, what would characterize a food system that could be considered as truly innovative or innovation ready, and what needs to happen to support more developing countries access that status?
Yes, thank you again for this important question. I think looking ahead, we are looking for innovation-ready system where science, entrepreneurship, and regulation are linked so that local solution can be tested and can be scaled quickly. And government can do to ensure that it happen? One, really government need to invest in a strong agri-food innovation institution, need to coordinate where the research, extension, and the regulatory and the private sector system with a clear mandate and incentive so that they can collaborate. We need to build a strong regulatory system in the food regulatory science and the risk-based and the predictable approval pathway. Why is this important? If the private sector really have to invest in this technology, they need to be assured that tomorrow a new policy will not come and prevent them to move from being an innovation to a more solution, because predictability is very important for the private sector. We need to upgrade the current infrastructure from digital connectivity to our cold chain processing and shared food innovation hubs and laboratories. And lastly, we need to invest in public branded finance to more structured or de-risking high impact agri-food innovation, especially for SMEs and women and youth-led technology. If this foundation are ready today, I'm very sure in the next 10 years, when we meet in a platform like this, we will have moved from a passive technology taker to an active source of sustainable food system innovation within a decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahboubi. And again, really highlighting, amongst others, the importance of robustness of food regulatory foundations, and particularly the fact that they need to be based on science with all what that encompasses, the talent, the infrastructure, the competencies, and so on. Now, continuing in our looking ahead, looking forward approach, and turning to Pavani. Pavani, from an Asian continental context, what do you see holding the greatest potential for Asia over the next decade in terms of offering the transformation needed for food systems in order to address the challenges, and potentially how that can be accessed?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Sam. Asia is a home of about a half of world population, and also home of half of biological materials that can potentially be used as healthy, functional ingredient products. What I'm saying is that what's important to our population and the world population as well is really to face NCDs. Health threat on NCD is really a big issue, and we don't seem to be able to actually solve that right now for Asia for a number of reasons. But one of the things is, to cope with NCD, you have to really use food properly. Food is really the most, could be a problem and also could be a solution. It depends on how you look at things. But innovation can actually bring out the good part of the food products that actually can be helping with the NCD conditions, such as the heart health, such as blood sugar level, or diabetes, bone and joint, brain health, a number of things that people are right now are suffering. How do we do this? We really have to use innovation properly. And innovation, to a lot of people, it means bring something new. But I think one of the things that we seem to forget is that we don't want just anything new. We want something new that actually is safe and can really be scaled up for commercial production. So for that, it's really a long roadmap in order to get there, and innovation has to align with regulatory processes, standardization of material, making sure that it's safe. So if you ask what are the biggest most hot topic in terms of innovation in Asia. I would say that most of the biological material biodiversity that Asia has, we haven't really put the research and innovation to the level at which it can be utilized for the people enough. Well, actually, we haven't started much, particularly traditional knowledge that you have just mentioned, Sam. Traditional knowledge of Asia is tremendous. It's been around for thousands of years. A lot of things are discovered because of those long history. We still have to use that properly and pass it through regulation, and we can use a lot of biological material that are existing in Asia for that. Now, the important part that I really agree with my colleague here is we have to focus on SMEs. We have to focus on the locals. We have to make sure that the locals actually are the one actually benefit from producing these products so that they can grow not just economically, but also in health. They can have access to these functional material or healthy products to feed themselves, feed their family. And that's probably most sustainable project that you can ever think about in order to be able to have food that has health function, but not just for the wealthy, but actually for everybody. So I think that's probably the most important message for today. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that, Pavini. And again, highlighting how much there is untapped resources, which is definitely a challenge, but at the same time, one of the greatest opportunities ahead for Asia to potentially benefit from. Now, when we think about a lot of the innovative applications, whether be it in food ingredients, in food formulations, or even actually in the context of innovative packaging applications, one of the challenges is also consumers' acceptance and the way also these innovations are represented to consumers and to stakeholders in general. And we have been facing a number of misconceptions and mischaracterizations. Who in the audience hasn't heard about this unfortunate denomination of ultra-processed food? Well, many of the innovative applications that use innovative ingredients that deliver benefits to health would unfortunately fit within that context of this misconception of UPF. I don't even want to use the terminology actually for the fear of condoning it even further. This brings me actually to you again, Richard, about what do you see the role of organizations such as yours in order to clarify, to explain how innovative products, and particularly actually the way processing is being used and applied, how you can alleviate these misconceptions in order for them not to be a break for food innovation looking ahead.
Yes, thanks for bringing this up. It's just nice. I'm about to talk about that. Okay, so it's important not just to educate the consumers, but sometimes the industry also needs this kind of knowledge. So, for example, UPF is a taboo word that the industry is not really aware of what really it is, and we just all have been hearing the negative side of UPF. So what professional bodies like us can do is to actually educate, enlighten not just the consumers but also the industry. That's what we did this year. It has been the longest time that the SFST was wondering whether we should actually have such sessions, to share with the industry about UPF, what UPF is all about, and why do we need food to be processed for sustainable supply, for nutritional improvement of the food that we are having in the market. So at this year's AGM of SFST, we took the courage to have a talk on UPF by Professor J.R. Henry. He's an expert in this area. And during the whole sessions, we gave him 1.5 hours to talk about it at our AGM. So our AGM is only 4 hours, and we gave him almost half of the time. And at the end of it, the industry people came to me and said, we thank you for organizing this talk. We now know better why and what is the concept behind all this, and we now have a better understanding, and we now clear our misunderstanding and misconception. So the things that Parvini has mentioned also is very important, that professional bodies like us need to help the industry to look at alternative of ingredients. Asia is a house or reservoir of half of the biological ingredients that are very useful. For example, recently there are startup companies that came to us, SFST, and asked, whey protein price has increased so much over the years because of high demand and not sufficient supply. Whey protein prices has increased. They told me that has increased almost 15 times from over 2 years ago, and they now find it very difficult to even produce their products to even break even. So they are asking us what are the alternative that they can do. So that is where professional bodies come into the pictures, that we need to help these startup companies and SMEs, like what Parvini has mentioned, to know what are the alternatives that they have and how can we help them to make use of all these alternative ingredients that we have in Asia or around the world to make it sustainable. So that's how we should actually play a part in this area.
Thank you for that, Richard. And perhaps again, a clarification to our audience as well is that as a food science community and a food regulatory science community, it's not that we contend with the fact that there may be some food formulations that can have a detrimental effect on health. It is just that we would foster discussions and particularly a scientific debate about food classification systems that need to be based on multiple parameters, and making sure that particularly the benefits of food processing is not overseen as a result of potential misconceptions. So that's why we continue to foster these discussions and ensuring particularly that this does not become a hindering parameter or a hindering aspect for innovation and food innovation in particular. Now, continuing about these misconceptions and actually trying to learn from experiences, and particularly in the packaging sector, and turning to you about some innovations that may face resistance and how potentially we can learn from the lessons or the experiences that have been faced in the packaging applications or the food contact material. Nerida, if you can share that with us.
So there are a number of challenges at the moment under the terminology sustainability, because we have new regulatory frameworks being developed around the world under extended producer responsibility. And for those who may not be familiar with the term extended producer responsibility, what that means now is that the world is changing the way we design our packaging through regulation. And it puts the responsibility of this bottle and the design of this bottle entirely on the brand. And what that means is the brand can no longer sit on their hands and design non-recyclable packaging, or packaging with added PFAS, or packaging that doesn't have approved food grade recycled content, etc. They have to make sure that this is not only recycle ready, but that it actually meets all of the food health and safety regulations as well. And so extended producer responsibility will now start charging, taxing, levying, depend on the country that you live in, if you don't follow the regulation. And so it turns packaging design on its head, and it forces packaging designers, in a good way, in my opinion, to really think about how they're designing their packaging at the start and how it goes through the whole value chain, and then how it can be actually picked up at the end. Can it be recycled? Can it be reprocessed? Can it be put back into recycled content? Can it be put back in bottle to bottle, which ultimately is what we want? We don't want packaging to be put into reprocessing and be put into walls. We want packaging, valuable materials, non-contaminated packaging to be put back into future packaging. That's circularity by design, and that's what we need to see. However, in developing countries, that can be really challenging because they don't have the infrastructure or the capability, because they don't have government support or government mandates to be able to build those facilities or to build those reprocessing plants, or being able to collect, as you mentioned before, PET to be able to put back into recycled content to make rPET to put it back into a future bottle. And so I think that it goes to a number of points today that we need governments to regulate. But we also need governments to support the innovation and the design and the development of the facilities, and to support SMEs to be able to afford to be able to put recycled content into their bottles. And I think that's where the major gap we're seeing at the moment is that Europe is, one of the leading continents for what we call PPWR, which is the extended producer responsibility for Europe. The United Kingdom also has it. They've had it actually longer than Europe. But it doesn't sort of slow down to really look at it from a developing country perspective. And so I think that one of the critical missing pieces in my view, particularly in Asia, is waste management. And so I struggle with the mandates coming into Asia and regulating EPR and forcing people to, for example, put recycled content into their packaging if they don't even have a rubbish bin in the street. And if they don't have collection and sortation, then I think we're going the wrong way. So my takeaway from my many years in Asia particularly is, how about we start with helping support governments to create waste management systems and separation of food waste and packaging waste. And I think if we can roadmap that first, then we can worry about, in developing countries, putting recycled content into packaging. And it's just something that I've been seeing a lot lately. And I think that's where we need to start, is waste management.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting that. We have a few minutes, and we have an audience who is resilient and is still with us actually on a Friday afternoon, Friday evening. We are at the end, but I would like still to offer the opportunity to hear from you. Do you have any questions or any comments that you would like to make on the topic, or questions that you would like to share with our panelists? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna attempt actually to wrap the session up and maybe enable you more networking opportunities for the end of this tremendous forum. I believe again, this session highlighted and the points made by our panelists and our experts highlighted the importance of innovation as a key ingredient to address many of the challenges of food systems. Resilience being one of them, but all the other aspects of food security, of sustainability. In discussing the potential for Asia, clearly, Asia has that greatest potential, whether be it in its ingredients, in its processes, but rooted quite deeply in the traditional knowledge that the continent possesses. Now, in attempting to address some of the challenges and some of the impediments to access to these solutions, I believe what we've learned is that many of these are not innovation specific. They are in fact rooted in the foundations of food regulatory systems, for example, or practices. So whether be it actually having the right waste management system before being particular about imposing requirements on the recycled material, or whether be it to invest heavily in the capacity, in the infrastructure that would allow to enable robust food control systems, basically investing in this foundation remains the main challenge. And even though we have not mentioned the guide and the reference in that regard, we mentioned really the guidance that it offers and the principles that we are following as a result. I would like still to mention, our anchor in the Codex Alimentarius Commission being the international food standard setting body, providing the guidance that is needed, and probably offering us most of the principles that we need to rely upon if we want to enable innovation and to alleviate some of the challenges that face market access for these applications. With this, I'm gonna actually ask you to join me in thanking our panelists with a good round of applause, sharing your enthusiasm, for ending the session earlier. And again, thank you very much for those of you who are following us online, but for the so many of you who have stayed with us until the end of the session. And again, a big thanks to the organizers for giving us the opportunity to have this session organized and shared. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. And a big round of applause to our moderator, Mr. Godfrey, as well, for such an informative session of the last session of today. A fantastic discussion has been discussed, and I'm sure that all of you here have been filled with a lot of what we've explored throughout the 2 days, ever since yesterday, day 1, and now day 2. We explored how digitization, innovation, as well as circularity can actually shape the future of food safety. And what's more important is that the conversations here can actually remind us that food safety is a shared responsibilities alongside with the progress that really depend on the continued collaboration and the dialogue, what we've been having here, as well as the partnerships that you have created over the lunch break, over the coffee break, and that has been definitely moving forward to help this amazing forum become successful. And before we go, we have the last item of the agenda, which is the closing ceremony of the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026. So on behalf of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestries from Australia, may I please invite Mr. Glenn Edmond on the stage for the closing remarks. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Edmonds.
It doesn't matter which way you look, there's lights. Well, I'd just like to say thank you, everybody, for coming. I think it's been a very interesting and engaging time that we've had with this first Asia Food Safety Forum, and may there be more of them. I'd like to thank especially the Thai government and the Thai people for hosting us during this time. Not only have we had a great forum, but I've also had great accommodation and certainly very good food, and healthy food. So thank you for that. I think there's a number of things I think that we can say is that, with the 3 topics, the digitalization, innovation and circularity, they're certainly important things. And I think what we've found with this forum is that there's been roles for us in either individually as government, industry, academics, or together and collaborating. And I think that the collaboration
is where we're going to get the best outcome as well, but we still have our individual roles to play, and certainly we've heard some of that today, with the circularity and the innovation side of the discussion. I'd like to thank our partners in this, especially UNIDO, for organising the meeting and everything as well. But food industry, Asia, and sorry, I've lost my line. But basically, we thank you all for supporting this process and making this a success. With UNIDO, I'd like to say that there's been particularly support from Gabor Molnar and his team, Isabel and Maya, and certainly in Thailand with the local UNIDO people. I think it's been fantastic, the support that I've had and assistance, but I'm hoping that you're all experiencing the same thing. So I think that's great. Lastly, I think I'd like to say that throughout this meeting, we've heard a lot about Codex. And I think Codex Alimentarius, if you wanted to talking about standards, and certainly it's one of the big bodies for organising food safety standards. We have CCFIX, which is the Codex Committee of Food Import and Export Certification Inspection Systems. The meeting for that is actually going to be in Perth, Australia, so very welcome, please to come. And it's going to be in October this year. I think it's very relevant to the topics that we've had here because we have papers being presented on traceability, papers on food fraud, on equivalence of systems. All of these things we've discussed either directly or indirectly through the conversations that we've had. And finally, one of the newest papers is actually on the digitalisation of national food control systems. And I think basically the idea of that paper is to actually stimulate a discussion around how we move forward on digitalisation. I think you've heard people talking about having been working in this area for 20 years, 30 years. What that says to you is that it's not an over-the-night fix. You just don't go, I'm digitalised, or I can buy this and put it in place. It does take a lot of effort, certainly a lot of planning, and it's going to consume resource. So you need to work out the best way of actually applying. And I think the constant discussions that we're having is going to make that happen. And I think that some will actually be very happy to hear, I think, that it's going to happen faster now that the others have had the experience and sharing the experience. And I think the proof of that pudding is actually COVID-19, where we actually had massive innovation as far as digitalisation going, with a lot of communications improving with video conferencing, and certainly the growth and, as we heard during this 2 days, the implementation of things like remote audit, which we can all benefit from. So I just say thank you once again, and I look forward to seeing you in Codex in Perth later in the year in October. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edmund, for your closing speech. And the next speaker that I'd like to invite is on behalf of UNIDO, the United Nations of Industrial Development Organization. May I please invite Ms. Sharila Isaac, the Head of Scientific and Regulatory Affairs of UNIDO.
Everyone, I'm Sharila. I'm representing the food industry Asia. So I'll make it quick because I'm sure all of you have a flight to catch. Firstly, we would like to thank UNIDO and also the Australian Department of Agriculture, Fishery and Forestry, INFORMA, for agreeing to partner with us for this event. I would also like to thank UNIDO for having this event for the first time in Asia. This forum has reminded us that food safety across Asia is evolving. These 2 days, we have discussed about digitalization, innovation, and circularity. And the last topic for today was about innovation. So for FIA as an event partner and also as representing the Industry Association in Asia, our message is clear that progress depends on collaboration. Regulators provide leaderships and public trust. Industry brings practical experience, innovation and investment. International organization, academia, and laboratories strengthen the science and evidence base. Asia has an important opportunity to shape a food safety system that is risk-based, coherent, and ready for the future. One that protects consumer, supports innovation, and enables trade. On behalf of Food Industry Asia and my CEO, Matt Kovacs, I reaffirm our commitment on working constructively with UNIDO and all partners to advance science-based policy, regional cooperation, and practical solutions. Thank you, safe travels, and we look forward to continuing this important event together.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the representative from Food Industry Asia, Ms. Sharila Isaac. And now, last but not least, the owner of this wonderful forum, UNIDO, United Nations of Industrial Development Organization. May I please invite onto the stage the Director of Division of Agribusiness and Infrastructure. A big round of applause to Ms. Providence Mavubi.
Thank you, our able Master of Ceremony. It is with great joy that I stand in front of you to deliver this closing remark on behalf of UNIDO. Distinguished delegates, esteemed speakers, partners, and colleagues, as we come to the close of the Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 here in Bangkok, let me sincerely express our gratitude to all of you who have contributed to making this event such a success. I want to thank our host government, the Thai government, for their amazing hospitality and the warm welcome of the Thai people. I particularly want to thank the co-organizing partner, the Australian government, Department of Agriculture, Fishery and Forestry, Informal Market, and the Food Industry Asia. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in a rich and forward-looking dialogue under the theme of digitalization, innovation, and circularity in food safety. Our program has been both comprehensive and dynamic, featuring an opening plenary, a dedicated special session, and 6 technical sessions, each tackling critical aspects of modern food safety system, from traceability and interoperability to regulatory innovation and circular economy approaches. We have been privileged to hear from a large and diverse group of speakers where over 50 experts representing government, international organizations, academia, and industry. Their insights have been reflected not only technically excellence, but also shared commitment to collaboration and progress. Equally important, this forum has brought together hundreds of participants across Asia and beyond, a testament to the growing recognition that food safety is a global public good requiring a collective action and shared solution. Several important messages have clearly made. First, information sharing is fundamental, whether through digital platform, harmonized standard, or open dialogue. The exchange of knowledge is what enables us to strengthen the food system safety across borders. Second, Innovation must be inclusive and interoperable, ensuring that new technology contributes to robust, transparent, and trusted system. Third, food safety is not an isolated objective. It is a cornerstone of food security, trade facilitation, and public health protection. When food systems function effectively, consumers are protected, market gain confidence, trade flows more smoothly, and the country can better ensure access to safe and nutritious food. In this sense, the discussion we have had here go far beyond technical matters. They directly support sustainable development and economic resilience. While this forum is closing, the work is far from over. The ideas, the partnership, and the momentum generated here must now be translated into action, into stronger policy, smarter systems, and deeper cooperation. In that spirit, let me extend a warm invitation to all of you. We look forward to welcoming you to our UNIDO home in Vienna, Austria, for the next edition of the Vienna Food Safety Forum in 2027. Vienna will provide another opportunity to continue this global conversation, bringing together diverse region, perspective, and innovation to advance safe food system worldwide. We hope to build on the important foundation laid here in Bangkok and to expand for the community of practice even further. Let me conclude again by thanking our speakers, moderator, and our master of ceremony for their expertise and dedication, our partner and organizer for their outstanding work, and all participants for your active engagement and commitment. Together, we have made this forum not just a meeting, but a platform for meaningful change. I wish you all safe travel, continued success in your work, and I'm looking very much to see you again in Vienna. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Kwa kun ka.
Merci beaucoup, Mademoiselle Mavubi. Thank you very much once again. And we have come to the end of the very first ever Asia Food Safety Forum 2026 organized by UNIDO. And as Ms. Mavubi has mentioned, next year, the forum will be held in Vienna, and we are coming back again. So please follow us on our social media, whether it's LinkedIn, UNIDO, or if we're also on in IG or Instagram is UNIDO_org. Follow us. There might be you on the content as well. We have the comms team here. Our wonderful 2 events have run and finished so ever quickly. It just felt like we just started the forum yesterday and now it's the end. So on behalf of the organizer UNIDO and the partners, we would like to say thank you very much to all of you, all the speakers, and all the moderators, the organizers, the co-partners, as well as the most importantly, all of you who are still sitting here with us at almost 4:30 p.m. on Friday. So a big round of applause to all of you once again. Thank you very much. And I know that many of you have traveled a long way to go. Some of you are sitting at home. So again, I'd like to follow what Ms. Mavubi has said. We really hope you have a safe journey home, and I will see you once again in Vienna in 2026. And so we can discuss more wonderful collaboration and many more discussions, shared experience on food safety arena. And now let's bid farewell for now. I'm Shanita Hasidakit Krathon. It's been a pleasure hosting this wonderful Asia Food Safety Forum 2026. Have a wonderful evening. สวัสดีค่ะ